Anyone else wishing to speak to the council? Seeing none, we'll move forward. The consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enabled by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests a separate discussion. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to, I had a question regarding item number 6. I was just wondering if we could pull that. I'll vote in favor. I just had a quick question about it.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So move to approve.
1 through 5?
Move to approve the consent calendar 1 through 5.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Items 1 through 5 are approved. Would you like a discussion on item 6?
Just real quick for either the city attorney or the city manager. I thought there was, if I recall correctly, there was a contractual issue related to this particular thing in the past. Has that since been resolved? That might have predated Chris.
I'd like to invite the Parks and Recreation Director that administers the software.
Good evening. Scott Wasserman, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Vienna. The short answer is that yes, we've addressed the contractual issue.
Thank you. Move approval.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Item 6 passes 5-0. A public hearing. Introduce Ordinance 1293 adopting Municipal Code Text Amendment 22-0003, an amendment to the Chapter 18.42 multifamily MF zone to reduce the required amount of open green areas, open space, and front and side yard setbacks. At the City Council meeting on September 27th, the City Council heard a presentation from the staff on this item, and the City Council took testimony from public during the public hearing. The public hearing was closed, and during subsequent council discussions, a motion was made and acted upon to continue the meeting to October 11th for the further deliberations. This is a continuation of the City Council's deliberations with the inclusion of Mayor Pro Tem John Ebner and Council Member Eric Nakano, who were absent during the 27th discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Ebner and Council Member Nakano, can you confirm that you have watched the video in the last public hearing item and are ready to continue with the deliberations on this item?
I have.
I can confirm.
Thank you. Is there further discussion by members of the City Council at this time?
I had a couple questions, actually, since I wasn't here last time. And I alerted Ken about these questions earlier today. So the first question was the project that triggered this zone change request. It's 4 units on one property. Are any of those units going to be subject to an affordability covenant of any kind?
No, we do not have anything as a city at this point that allows us to really move forward with affordability covenants.
Okay. The second question had to do with an example that was given, and I think that Eric Weber had asked about the 3,000 square, on a hypothetical lot that was 10,000 square feet and 3,000 square feet under the current standards needs to be open space, excluding whatever the front yard, the setbacks, everything else. But whatever it was, Eric was asking for an example of the 3,000 square feet. I believe we got an example of part of a football field. And I was wondering if you had a chance to go back and check those numbers.
I did, and I actually realized it later that night that I converted the depth to feet, but I did not convert the width to feet. I did, so I was trying to come up on the fly with something to give you a visual example, and instead of doing 150 by basically 70, I did 50 by 70. So the 3,000 square feet would be more akin to just the end zone, most of the end zone, not even all of it.
Right. The end zone is 10 yards deep or 30 feet and 160 feet wide. So 2/3 of the end zone is 3,200 square feet. So a little bit less than 2/3 would be the 3,000 square feet of just the end zone.
And I was trying to get closer to 4,000 because that's more what this project would have entailed, but
For this project, I
yes,
see what
but
you're
like I
saying.
said,
Okay.
I did the width, I did the depth right, but when I did the width, I actually just went with 50 instead of the 150 it should have been, so I apologize.
All right, thanks, Ken. Those are all the questions I have.
I have a couple. I think the first question I had was, you mentioned in your presentation from the last meeting that the changing of the requirements was a way to go back, because previously the requirements had been lower than what is currently. Can you provide some history as to why those requirements changed when they changed? And did they align with our neighboring cities at that time? I'm just trying to understand kind of the history of how that happened.
So for the second part of your question, no, I can't say if they aligned with our neighboring cities.
Okay.
That's just beyond what we could research in a timely manner.
Understand.
If I may, I do have an example of what it used to be. And this was actually one brought to our attention by Councilmember Ebner. This is basically across the street. This is the corner of Iglesia and East First Street. This is a 4-unit development. This was built when we were county, so this was pre-60s when we went by county standards, not city standards, and the county standards were more lenient. So this is a 4-unit development. Parking wasn't developed at the time. The garage you see on the back was actually built after the fact, years later. But this was a 4-unit development that was built with a 15-foot front setback, a 6-foot street side setback, and then a 15-foot interior side setback. Regardless of zoning, because this is single-family zoning now, if this were multifamily zoning, this building would be legal non-conforming. We could not build to this standard at this point. So this is a perfect example of how we used to build, where you had the buildings more oriented to the streets, to the sidewalks, and the setbacks were reduced.
Thank you. One other question. I noticed in your presentation that we were the only city that had a percentage. Was there any other city that used percentages, or they only had actual hard numbers?
Sorry. Yeah, so of the cities we've surveyed, which, I mean, considering how many cities there are in LA and Riverside and San Bernardino County near us, we were the only one, though, that used a percentage. Most of them did use a hard number per unit, except for Monrovia.
I see. And
Monrovia it's a little bit more complicated, and it's done by floor unit area per unit. So it's not like we do, where it's 30% of the overall lot has to be open space. This one really depends upon the size of the units. And it does say that at least half shall be private space.
And do you know why Laverne is not on there, out of curiosity? Do they not?
Just from what we were surveying, their numbers and what they allowed didn't match up with what we allowed and what other cities did.
Okay.
So this was more representative of cities around us. It wasn't every city around us, but we were also trying to find cities that the general zoning or density was close to what we had.
Sure. I think the challenge with this chart is I'm having trouble because it's in 2 different units, basically, right? You have St. Dimas, which is a percentage, and then you have everyone else, which is per foot. So if you were to convert that into square feet per unit, just kind of an average of where we've landed, can you give an estimate as to what we currently would be?
So rough estimate is the lot we're talking, the lot that brought all this on,
Yeah.
the density is only 4 units. Nothing we're doing will increase the density. All they can do per lot size is 4 units. It's 16 units per acre. They can do 4 units. So with roughly the amount of space they had, we are currently at 700 to 800 square feet of open space per unit.
Got it. Thank you for your time.
As far as the percentages go, do you think that the percentage adds more flexibility for the applicant and the city as far as open space goes, or is it kind of antiquated and something that we should get away from in the future?
The problem is it locks us into a certain way of thinking. The per unit allows more flexibility for the developer because they can go, okay, wait, this lot might fit 4 units, but we only want to do 3 so we can provide bigger units with like an amount of open space. They don't have that flexibility when you're just going by a percentage.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions of staff?
No questions.
I had a question to the other members of City Council, and since I was able to watch the presentation, I understand that there's some members of City Council who were hesitant with the number that was recommended by the commission. Is there any number that you would feel would be higher, lower than what is, higher than what's proposed, but lower than our current standard that could be considered?
I think at the last meeting, in looking at it, and I think tonight's kind of an interesting evening for the City Council. We have two items, this being one of them, that really have been part of the history of the city in driving some of the development. And as was shown tonight, you have some things from county standards, and then you have things that have evolved from what the city adopted later. So when you look at this will fundamentally change the way we do some of these developments. And it's a big deal. I mean, in my mind, I would almost assume if this was being driven by one project, then we just address it for one project and we move forward. But that's not what's in front of us. What's in front of us is going to impact the entire city. So I don't support converting to the per square feet standard. I'm personally open to looking at it and taking it from 30% of the total lot down to perhaps 25% or a number that is a little bit greater, but sticking with a percentage standard to be able to protect the open space that many people cherish in our community and find it characteristic of this community. And also being flexible to going to a percentage that is less than for those that have a balcony or a patio. So for example, in the standard on, I don't know where it is, Ken, that chart. No.
I'm forgetting to. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's one of your slides here under analysis. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
So looking at that current standard, 30% total lot, taking it to 30%, down to 25% of the total lot. However, in situations where there's a balcony or a patio, go with a lesser number. So 20% perhaps for that. So still kind of applying the accommodation for balcony and patio to play into consideration in the overall package, but not getting away from what really is going to protect the open space. I'm flexible on some of the setbacks. To me, I get that for the purposes of the development, but I'm really struggling with giving up the open space. That is something that people don't want to continue to see higher densification of some of the lots, especially in some of the areas where we're trying to protect single-family homes, but we're still struggling to deal with complying with the advances in ADUs and everything else. So my fear is, this change, can allow, and as he said, it makes it easier for development. And that's great on one hand, but the state's already doing a great job of making it easier for development. And that's where I'm at. I'd like to protect our community in that way.
Mr. Mayor, I think you were also another person who had some concerns about the number. Is there a particular number that sticks out in your mind that would be acceptable?
I really haven't picked a number. I have some concerns that a lot of the community, or many people in the community have reached out and said, hey, we're building on top of each other. And that's what we don't want. We like the fact that we have plenty of room between our residents, and I realize that ADUs are coming and there's a lot of changes. Our equestrian properties are going away, as we all know. They seem to be disappearing. And I don't really have a number, but I could buy off on the 25%. But the reality is, I'm not sure we should change the standard at all. I just believe that the community wants what we have now, and I'm just not really in favor. It's not one of these things that I'm hard and fast that I won't vote on, but I think that's a concern, and I think overall community, people that aren't sitting in this room tonight, okay, who have made phone calls and are concerned about their property and what the overall community looks like. They don't want 3- and 4-story buildings. They don't want next door neighbors where the next door neighbor hands out the cup of milk and takes the milk and drinks it. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, part of the housing element that we voted on adoption for last week does contain a program number 10, MF development standards, that says that in lower density MF zones, the development of smaller lot projects appears constrained by the open space and setback requirements. As a means to reduce barriers to housing and facilitate quality development, the city will therefore study and propose options for addressing these constraints. And our actual objective in the housing element is to review and revise open space and setback standards in the MF zone that constrain the development of smaller multiple family housing projects. This is something that per HCD we had to undertake. They saw our current MF zoning and the open space requirement as a hindrance to projects, especially on smaller lots. That wasn't one of the reasons we were bringing this forward. We would have brought this forward anyways because of this. But that's one of the reasons we're here, that we have made a pledge already as a city through the housing element to address these items.
Those those changes to the MF zone are not due until 2024, I believe.
We don't know. It depends on how everything goes with HCD reviewing our current housing element.
Okay. Well, it's a
The
ways out
programs,
anyway.
we do have some time to implement. It's
Have
not
time
like
to
it's
do
no
it.
change.
And in the staff report, there was no mention originally of the HCD letter that it came up later on in the discussion because you're, giving a reason for it. But it wasn't in the staff report, and as I've said in the past, we should not be trying to get ahead of the state, anticipate what they're going to be telling us to do. We have enough of a problem just meeting the mandates that they're imposing on us year after year. When they do have a mandate, we don't know what it's going to be. And to just sort of guess, and it's almost like throwing darts out there at some standards and coming up with the various numbers, I don't think that's a good and comprehensive way of addressing it. I'm open to changes too, like others have said. However, I think that they should be driven, like you said, Ken, by what HCD is going to require, not necessarily one project on one lot where they want to build four units. And so we should be looking at this, but we should be looking at it more from a standpoint of what can we do to make these changes fit the San Dimas character, as opposed to backing into it, which is what it seems like we've done here, backing into it to make a project work. You showed that one example right across the street here, and I love that kind of development. Those are small, single-story houses, single-story apartments, and there's a number of those in the town core that were built that way, and those are great little apartment complexes. I think the maximum they have is 2 bedrooms and 1 possibly in a lot of those units. So trying to put 4 units with 2 and 3 bedrooms each on one lot is just too much at this point. I think we need to stick to our standards at this point and then address it in more of a holistic way where we can see what effect it's going to have on all the other MF properties. Also keep in mind that this is not in the area where the 14 or 15 sites are for the higher density. That densification, which is going to bring buildings almost right up to the front property line, which is generally in this area around here. If you look at a table from the housing element, one of the tables shows what the capacity, remember we're supposed to do 1,248 units? The capacity on all those lots, if you add up the numbers, is over 2,300 units. And we're trying to meet a 1,248 unit mandate. It's an example, in my opinion, of going not the extra mile, but several extra miles to make it easier to densify the city. This is a similar case, and I really think we need to wait and analyze it. And this is, like I said, it's not in this area. This is not in the densified to whatever area. It's in an area that's, and other places like that are either adjacent to single-family neighborhoods or single-family houses if they happen to be in that zone. But I don't think we need to have those buildings so close to the front of the property. I think the open space in the front yard is valuable, and it's a separate thing. But as I say, I'm open to changes. I just don't, I think these changes are premature at this time.
I would, hearing Councilmember Ebner's comments and with respect to the agenda tonight, I would move that we take no action on this item and we set a study session at a future date once we have guidance from HCD on the specifics on this, on what the minimums are for the city, study this item, and then we can go ahead and revisit this. That would be my motion.
Second.
Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries to continue this item, 5-0.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, take no action on the item.
Take no action.
I believe I have to recuse myself from the next public hearing. I'll be,
Let's see, what time is it?
I can take a break.
You know what, we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we get into the next item, item number 2, a public hearing.
And Councilmember Ebner will recuse himself for a real property conflict of interest on that item.
Super, thank you. You what?
I don't have to come back in.
San Dimas City Council meeting will come back to order. We have a joint public hearing, City Council and Successor Agency, consideration of Resolution 2022-53, approving the disposition and development agreement and covenants agreement with Pioneer Square LLC for the sale and development of a mixed-use project of properties located at 344 West Bonita Avenue, APN 8386-021-913, San Dimas, California. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll forewarn you that the staff presentation is multiple individuals, and it'll actually take some time. So if you want to take a break at any point in time, let us know. We'll stop.
Will that be the council wishing a break in the middle?
Is this like Star Wars, there's an intermission type thing long, or is this, how long are we talking here?
We can go along, and if you want to stop us at the hour mark, you can let us
All
know.
right, we'll figure it out.
You call it, Mayor.
All right.
In 2017, the city began exploring opportunities to develop an approximately 4-acre parcel located at 344 West Bonita Avenue, which is owned by the successor agency to the former Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of San Dimas. This property is more generally located in the area of Bonita and Cataract, adjacent to Pioneer Park. It is an unimproved piece of land zoned as a creative growth area. The site is currently underutilized, falling substantially short of its revenue and job-generating potential. The site fronts Bonita Avenue and is within close proximity to the City of San Dimas' downtown and highest concentration of commercial activity. It is adjacent to Pioneer Park and located less than a half mile from the proposed San Dimas Gold Line station. Over the past 3 years, the city has been working specifically with Pioneer Square LLC under an exclusive negotiating agreement on multiple variations of a proposed project concept and a disposition and development agreement, which includes a property covenant agreement regarding the sale and development of the property. The purpose of the agreement is to allow the city an increased level of discretion when it comes to approving a development, and is a voluntary contract between the city and the developer, in this case Pioneer Square, containing various obligations, conditions, and/or expectations for the project development. California law authorizes cities to conduct negotiations to obtain a desired development in exchange for providing specific development rights to a developer. This agreement provides assurance to the developer in what can be developed to be able to invest and proceed with a project, and for the city, the agreement provides certain requirements and parameters that are desired in the project's development. In a nutshell, an agreement gives much flexibility to both parties to accomplish mutual goals, much greater than allowed under the current and normal development process. As with any agreement of this complexity, negotiations are a balance between the needs of the city and the needs of the developer, Pioneer Square. In the end, this is Pioneer Square's project being presented for the City Council's consideration. City staff, including the City Attorney's Office and our consultants, such as Cosmont Realty, who is here today, work diligently as the conduit between Pioneer Square and the City Council to reflect an agreement which furthers the city's desire for a specific project, with Pioneer's willingness to enter into specific development restrictions and requirements which are codified in this agreement. Although the agreement is detailed, it cannot cover or address any and every eventuality in detail. As such, there is a level of risk that must be weighed with the benefits or rewards inherent in the agreement and future development. And in making any approval decision, the appetite of the City Council to accept such risk-reward trade-off is paramount. While changes to an agreement such as this one occur after initial approval in some cases, it is the initial approval today which sets the direction for the project and the point at which both the city and Pioneer Square incur obligations to each other. As a result, both the city and the developer need to be comfortable with the degree of risk-reward undertaken by entering into this agreement. What is before the city and successor agency is a joint resolution approving a disposition and development agreement and attached covenant agreement with Pioneer Square LLC for the development of up to 97 for-sale residential dwelling units, which includes all market-rate townhomes and flats, a boutique hotel with between 60 to 80 rentable rooms, a pool and rooftop bar, and approximately 25 to 30,000 square feet of usable retail and commercial space, which may include retail, restaurants, boutique, market uses. These uses will be served by subterranean parking spaces and a public open space. The agreement is provided as Exhibit A to the joint resolution. The project takes advantage of a California Environmental Quality Act exemption enacted as part of SB 375 and codified at Public Resources Code Section 21155, which is known as the Sustainable Communities Project Exemption, which provides a statutory exemption for transit priority projects when they meet certain criteria, one such criteria being the provision of public open space. This project is deemed to meet such criteria for this exemption to apply, and Exhibit B to the joint resolution provides the complete environmental exemption memorandum completed by the city's consultant, SOMAS. If a property sale is approved, city staff estimate revenue to governmental taxing entities, which include the city, county, and school district, of a little over $2.6 million. The city will see roughly $176,000 in one-time revenue to the general fund and $89,000 in the lighting district fund. Based on Pioneer Square's proposed project concept of 97 residential units, a boutique hotel, and additional retail commercial space, the total future ongoing revenue when the full development is complete and in operation is estimated to be approximately $700,000 a year, which is comprised of $400,000 in transient occupancy tax through the hotel, $165,000 in direct and indirect sales tax, and $137,000 in property taxes. This is all approximate. The city would also receive other smaller revenue, and there would be secondary economic benefit due to the increased employment within the development. I would like to express appreciation to Pioneer Square for considering the city and working with the city to bring this project forward, and to city staff, the city attorney's office, and our consultants, some of whom you will hear from shortly. In the remaining staff presentation, Assistant City Manager Brad McKinney will walk through the history of the project and project concepts. Fred Galante from the City Attorney's Office will discuss some of the development deal points, implications for environmental quality and the Surplus Land Act. Larry Cosmont from Cosmont Realty, whose team performed the financial due diligence, will review a review of the hotel and project viability, and whose decades of experience we leverage, will speak to the finances, partnership, hotel, and other items of note related to these aspects of the project. And lastly, I will close the staff presentation with a discussion of other considerations and disclosures which are relevant to the City Council's deliberations. After staff presents, we will be able to take clarifying questions from the City Council. Then the City Council and Successor Agency Board will open the public hearing to take testimony first from Pioneer Square through their presentation, and then from other members of the public. We will hear from Pioneer Square once again at the end of the public hearing to address any matters that may have arisen during the public hearing, and then the City Council will close the public hearing in order to begin deliberations. So now I would like to turn over the presentation to our Assistant City Manager, Brad McKinney.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As Chris mentioned, I'm going to walk through several milestones and project concepts related to PSQ and this property over approximately the last 5 years. In November 2017, the successor agency or city entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Fine Hospitality Group for Fairfield Inn by Marriott. After many council discussions and community input, this E&A expired in January 2018 and was not renewed. In February 2019, the city hired Cosmont Real Estate Services to conduct initial outreach and market research, which included engaging over 60 developers and or retailers and restaurant tenants regarding interest in this site opportunity. During April and May 2019, Cosmont presented initial findings and potential options to council in closed session regarding the potential sale of the property. In June of that year, 2019, the city issued an initial offering for the sale of the property. The city received 3 developer proposals and or letters of interest for the acquisition and or development of the property. PSQ was selected to advance to the next phase of the evaluation process due to their comprehensive conceptual plan that proposed an attractive, livable community by combining hospitality, residential, and commercial uses with a public plaza amenity and subterranean parking to provide a sense of place and engagement for the local community and region. On August 25th, 2020, the city entered into an E&A with PSQ to negotiate the sale and ultimate development of the property. Since then, there have been a total of 10 E&A extensions, with the most recent one set to expire on October 31st, 2022. It is important to note that certain constraints on the property, such as environmental contamination due to historical industrial uses, as well as COVID-19, caused major unforeseen delays in development uncertainties, requiring additional time to evaluate the development and feasibility of PSQ's proposal of a mixed-use development project. The PSQ team consists of two partners, Creative Housing Associates led by Michael Deaton, who's here tonight, and Arteco Partners led by Jerry Tessier, who's here tonight. PSQ has proposed to add two prospective partners, Republic Metropolitan, which is a privately owned full-service investment management and development enterprise, and Michael Zislis of Zislis Group, which is a boutique hotel and restaurant management company. The development and financial team identified by PSQ include Remet, Republic Metropolitan, and Zislis, and upon becoming contractually obligated to the project, have verifiable track records that demonstrate capability to provide a mixed-use project that can achieve the city's goals for fiscal viability, revenue generation, and economic development. Collectively, the development team has had previous success developing mixed-use urban infill projects, including obtaining substantial third-party debt, along with the equity needed to fund projects valued in the range of $50 to $100 million. Over the past 3 years, the city has been working with PSQ on various aspects of the project related to residential density, the hotel component and concept and deliverability, the type of retail and restaurants, such as a food hall versus traditional restaurant space, on-site parking, and number of spaces and the impact of Pioneer Park and surrounding neighborhoods, amount and use of public space, an easement for fire lane access, and the location of the heritage oak tree. PSQ's original proposal back in December 2019 included a boutique hotel of 60 to 80 rooms with a rooftop restaurant and bar, 28,000 square feet of restaurant and retail space, and a Vroman's bookstore as an anchor, 15,000 square feet of flex and office space, public town square space, 40 residential flat and townhouses, approximately 1,500 to 2,100 square feet, 226 subterranean parking spaces, many areas that integrated Pioneer Park, and a purchase price of $3 million. In the fall of 2021, PSQ made modifications to the proposal to increase the number of residential units from 40 to 60 to 80 to 110 units, and building heights from 2 to 3 stories, which is 25 to 35 feet, to 3 to 4 stories of 65 to 70 feet. Additional proposed modification changed how the project interfaced with the adjacent Pioneer Park, adjusted the amount of open space in retail, and relocated the large heritage oak tree. The proposed project included the same boutique hotel of 60 to 80 rooms with rooftop restaurant and bar, 30,000 square feet of restaurant and retail space, with still having the Vroman's bookstore as an anchor, 20,000 square feet of flex office space, public town square space, 100 residential flat townhouses, and 326 subterranean parking spaces. The city's response to PSQ's proposed concept included specific concerns with Pioneer Park impacts, access, and the limited proposed park activation. The city also expressed its desire for the heritage oak tree, which was proposed to be moved to Pioneer Park, to remain in place, as well as concerns with the project's elevations, massing along Cataract, Acacia Avenues, including the 4-story buildings adjacent to the park. On September 28, 2021, at the city's request, PSQ provided a public presentation to the city and the city council to outline the proposed project changes, as well as the need to increase the residential units to make the project financially feasible. Based on city council and the community feedback, the city requested that PSQ reconfigure its newly revised site plan concept to mitigate the scale and size and distribution of the residential units and parking program that would address the need for sufficient on-site parking. In December 2021, the city and PSQ were in the process of finalizing a concept plan as well as a DDA and covenant agreement to be presented to council for a review and potential approval. However, in late December 2021, PSQ proposed a new aspect of the proposed project plan to accommodate fire access lane for the development. This new aspect included an access easement on city property within the northern portion of Pioneer Park that would have necessitated the relocation of the existing restroom and skate park. Due to the timing of PSQ's proposed revisions in December 2021, city staff set a meeting over the holiday closure, which necessitated additional negotiations between the city and PSQ, resulting in project variation number 2. Given the additional modifications to the proposal, the city requested PSQ address some of the discussed changes to the site concept and engage the public on the proposed revisions to the project plans at a council workshop on February 28, 2022. At the workshop, PSQ provided a revised conceptual site plan. It still included a boutique hotel, 60-80 rooms with a rooftop restaurant and bar, 25,000 to 30,000 square feet of restaurant and retail space, and Vroman's bookstore as the anchor, no flex or office space, public town square space, 97 residential units, and 381 subterranean or semi-subterranean parking spaces on site. On March 11, 2022, the city responded to PSQ's February community meeting, in their presentation and concept to emphasize that while certain changes to the project, like increasing the density and food hall instead of traditional restaurants, were not originally proposed, it would agree to consider these changes as long as the amount of on-site parking would not create negative secondary impacts to the surrounding neighborhood and park. Overall, the project has been modified for multiple reasons over the past 3 years. In addition to the changes mentioned, PSQ presented 2 new project concepts last Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. Unfortunately, these concepts have not been analyzed due to time constraints. However, based on the information on the concepts that were provided on this slide, one increases the parking, and concept B reduces the residential units to 60. I believe PSQ is going to address these new concepts in the presentation later this evening. Regarding parking, the city informed PSQ that it would be willing to consider a proposed reduction to the parking requirements from the current code requirement, which was approximately 742 parking spaces. However, the reduced parking requirement would still need to address community concerns regarding impacts to surrounding neighborhoods in the greater downtown area, which was a critical priority for the city. To that end, the city suggested that PSQ could propose creative and innovative proposals to achieve the required number of parking and provided the following. The underground parking is preferred. Preference for underground parking is to be given to residential and hotel guests. Impacting the surrounding neighborhood with parking impacts is not acceptable. Maintaining the existing parking capacity at Pioneer Park is necessary, but the city would be open to expanding parking as part of some joint agreement. And on-site parking must ensure that the specified number of parking spaces are not reduced to a change in the agreement or can be negatively impacted by a lack of ownership of said parking by PSQ development or its successors. Based on various negotiations and a parking analysis provided by PSQ, both parties agreed to 2 tandem parking spaces per all residential units. This was a compromise from the 2 spaces per studio and 1-bedroom units and 3 spaces for 2 and 3-bedroom units the city had requested earlier on in negotiations. All hotel users are to be parked in the hotel's subterranean garage and be valet managed parking 24 hours a day and 7 days per week to facilitate the use of tandem spaces. PSQ and the city ultimately agreed to 381 on-site subterranean and semi-subterranean spaces for the proposed project based on its most recent proposed project and required parking standards. This, however, was prior to the new concepts that were presented on October 4th. However, those still follow the agreed upon parking numbers. With that, that concludes my presentation of the history of PSQ project, and I'll turn it over to Fred Galante, who will discuss the DDA deal points, CEQA, and information on the Surplus Lands Act.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Again, Fred Galante with the City Attorney's Office, and I am charged with giving you an overview of the DDA that we negotiated and I drafted. It has gone through several iterations through the drafting process and the negotiation process, but the key points I'd like to at least highlight are as follows. The sale of the property is priced at $2,635,600. This price was calculated net of certain adjustments for costs to the developer PSQ to address environmental remediation and cleanup, as well as the presence of a storm drain and related infrastructure at the site. The DDA also deals with the Surplus Lands Act, which I'll speak about in a few minutes. It requires the developer to assume the risk and cost to proceed with the land purchase before December 31st of this year, 2022, which will be prior to securing project entitlements, and that needs to be done in the future and compliant as will be approved by the City Council when the opportunity is presented and the application is submitted to the city. But importantly, escrow would close before the actual entitlements could be issued. It's the timing of the negotiations and the project have just mandate that to happen if you if you proceed to close before triggering the Surplus Lands Act. The agreement also is accompanied by a covenant which will be recorded against the site. So that would be a closing condition that the covenants be recorded, and they mandate several obligations for the developer. There are maintenance obligations for the site. There are importantly some financial obligations, including the obligation to pay the city what we call an in lieu transient occupancy tax, or in lieu TOT tax. And that gets triggered if PSQ does not proceed with the project within the schedule outlined in the DDA and the covenant agreement, as well as commence construction, complete construction. There are various timelines to trigger payments, and the payments increase in amounts if the developer fails to meet any of those milestones. The total of the payments equal $12 million. And the theory is that that's the amount that was anticipated to be potentially lost if that boutique hotel is not developed as I understood the council desired. The agreement, as I mentioned, has a detailed timeline for certain activities to occur, including the submission of an application for the development, the commencement of construction, completion of construction, and certain milestones as far as delivery of information to the city related to that the development. The timeline also includes the delivery of the hotel component, and that is supported by language that ties the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the commercial and residential components to the hotel being under substantial construction or substantially constructed pursuant to that timeline. So that way the developer can't simply develop the residential and commercial components without committing to the hotel. The covenant agreement also includes an option for the city to purchase the property back. It's currently owned by the successor agency, but the purchase could be for the benefit of the city to the extent the developer fails to meet those milestones I mentioned, as well as fails to pay the TOT in lieu TOT tax. So that is a protection that is included in the document. way this, when a city sells land, that the sale of property triggers CEQA. So the initial concept was that there was going to be a robust CEQA analysis through a mitigated negative declaration. Through analysis and discussions with the developer, we have identified the statutory CEQA exemption called the Sustainable Communities Project Exemption. You keep calling it the SCIPY, which allows for a pathway to finalize this project and get to this council meeting for your consideration, since, as I mentioned, the sale of property triggers CEQA. The city noticed the intent to consider the SCIPY when it noticed the public hearing. The one clarification I'd like to point out is that the notice identified the property as being 4.42 acres, but after the portion taken by the gold line, the actual property to be disposed is 4.03 acres. So a fairly insignificant clarification, but nonetheless, I wanted to put it in the record. In summary, for any project to be eligible for this Sustainable Communities Project Exemption, 3 threshold criteria must be met. It has to be located within an area of an approved sustainable community strategy, or what they call an SCS. It must be consistent with the area requirements of the SCS, and it must qualify as a transit priority project. So those are the 3 criteria. And this project, after analysis both by the developer as well as your independent consultant, CEQA consultant, met all of those criteria. It is within the SCAG's 2020 through 2045 Regional Transportation Plan / Sustainable Community Strategy, approved October 30, 2020. So that meets the first criteria. The city mixed use place types contain a variety of uses and building types and are located in transient-oriented walkable areas as outlined in that SCS approved by SCAG, and it includes a public open space as was identified by your assistant city manager. And finally, the third criteria, the project, as this council knows, is located near a robust transit opportunities. Most significant and notable is the Metro Gold Line substation. So with that, I just wanted to highlight some consequences. I'm obviously happy to answer any of the details about the DDA and the provisions that we've included, but I think I've highlighted the salient points. The next point I wanted to just highlight is consequences of not closing escrow by the end of the year, December 31st. Essentially, you would be subject to the Surplus Land Act, and that means that you would have to offer the sale of the property to qualified housing advocates and developers, I should say, low-income housing developers. And those negotiations, to the extent any developer responds, the city must negotiate in good faith, and part of the negotiations are that the property must have at least 25% of any residential units built on the property be affordable to persons and families of low income, lower income as set by state standards. If those negotiations fail, you nevertheless have to record a covenant before you sell the property to require at least 15% of the housing to be affordable to lower income families, so that currently your property is zoned in a manner that does not authorize residential uses, but should it ever change, that covenant would be triggered and you'd have to build at least 15% of the units, provided they're over 10 units, they have to be affordable to lower income families. And importantly, there are 2 pieces of legislation I just want to highlight that could alter all of that. There's AB 2097 that essentially prohibits a city from enforcing certain parking standards when a developer has provided for development of housing, as well as when it is within a half mile of a major traffic stop. So that is a bill that goes into effect January 1 of 2023. There are two other bills that are worthy of noting, SB 6 and AB 2011. Both bills allow the development of housing projects in zones where office, retail, or parking are principally permitted use. So this bill essentially usurps cities' land use authority insofar as a developer that ultimately purchases a site or owns a site that is not zoned for residential can force the development of affordable housing. So for these reasons, that January or December 31st deadline has some significant consequences that we thought were important to highlight to the City Council. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I'll be turning it over to Brian Moncrief of Cosmont.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Brian Moncrief, Senior Vice President with Cosmont Realty, excuse me. Happy to be here. These next two slides are really, to go over, as the city alluded to earlier in the presentation, there have been a lot of discussions, negotiations related to the project components. And this is sort of a snapshot of the evolution of that. So from left to right, what you'll see is the original concept, which was submitted in December 2019, all the way through today's date in the green, which are two new concepts that were submitted by PSQ on October 4th of 2022. So what's notable about this is, one thing is that, when you look at the boutique hotel and the number of rooms, not much fluctuation with that, or the retail or the restaurant space for that matter. Flex office space, however, has changed and been removed from the project over time. And residential, as you'll note, has also shifted has fluctuated pretty much from the beginning to the end, all the way from the low end of about 40 units to as high as 100 and down to 60 in one of the most recent project iterations. Public space has stayed relatively the same as far as the project concepts are concerned, but parking in residential have really experienced a shift. Some of that is due in part to just the nature of the market and economic conditions and rising construction costs that impact how the developer is viewing the project and the ultimate project concept that would be feasible. The other thing is, as we've talked about throughout the majority of this presentation, a lot of discussions and negotiations have gone on between the developer and the city, particularly about impacts to the park as it relates to the parking and the number of spaces, impacts to the downtown or the adjacent park, and how that fits, and trying to strike the right balance between how many residential units make sense in order to make the project financially feasible, and how many parking spaces can help, mitigate some of the issues that the city has or has addressed as far as concerns related to the project. One thing of note, and the assistant city manager, I think, alluded to this earlier, but the two new project concepts we received also have two new pro formas that were provided as part of those, which we have yet to fully vet and evaluate. We just didn't have enough time before this meeting to do that. Not to say that we couldn't do that in a reasonable period of time. It's just that given the timing of when this meeting was happening, we really didn't have the opportunity to look at those fully. So this next slide represents some of the financial due diligence items that we typically request of developers as we go through and vet their projects and look at the financial feasibility of those projects. So at the top, we've talked about it, purchase offer and city return. The purchase price is $2.6 million. As far as a return, on that purchase price, one-time monies of a total of $265,000. The estimated annual revenue stream to the city is approximately $700,000. That's based on a previous iteration, not those in green that I just mentioned earlier. And the lion's share of that is transient occupancy tax. Items 2 through 6 relate to the developer's ability to show us contractual commitments on the part of their partners, in this case, the Zislis Group, who is the proposed hotel operator, Republican Metropolitan, which is their financial or capital partner, as well as financial and balance statements, which show they have the financial wherewithal and the capability in order to acquire the property, fund the pre-entitlement and entitlement costs, as well as to go out and get debt sufficient to construct the project. And then the last two, 5 and 6, really relate to the project pro formas, which I mentioned we just received, the 2 new ones related to the 2 new concepts. Even though prior iterations showed reasonable assumptions and cost on return or return on cost related to the project, these 2 new these proposed pro formas really need to be fully vetted and evaluated in order to make that same assumption and conclusion related to that. And then lastly, it tied into the project concept and pro forma is the hotel market. Is there a market for this hotel, boutique in nature, higher than a higher tier is being proposed is what you see in the current marketplace. And, functionally in the pro forma that we received on a prior iteration versus the one we're receiving today, there's been notable changes to what the estimated revenue would be. So in the case of the average daily rate being $225 versus a prior iteration, which is about 30% less, at $170, things of that nature, really need to be fully looked at in order to sort of understand whether or not, a product of that scale and highly amenitized at that matter could really be functionally successful in this marketplace. So positive things of note, though, is that PSQ has a experienced hotel operator that has done projects similar to what they're proposing. Secondarily, they're working with Casa 425 on a reciprocity agreement in order to make sure that if there's overflow on either of the hotels, that they're sharing those guests. 2 very positive aspects. The notable project risks as it relates to the hotel, as I mentioned, Zislis is not currently contractually obligated to the project. They do have a non-binding letter of intent, which is positive. But what we're requesting is that if the DDA were to be approved within 30 days and prior to close, they would provide us, Republic Metropolitan, and Zislis would have contractual commitments to the project to make us feel more certain about the prospect of them participating in the project on a long-term basis.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Larry Cosmont, Cosmont Companies, Cosmont Realty, glad to be here. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just to continue the conversation about the key project considerations, these are always challenging considerations for a community. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm a former city manager, community development director, and have been in the redevelopment and development business for many years. The project that you have has, all the attributes of potential success. It also brings with it elements of risk that, can't be avoided for a number of reasons, by the way. Some of them are just purely economic, timing of the project. Much of it relates to the fact that we have the Surplus Land Act, which is imposing a structure that would enable a close in compliance with the law that basically exempts it from a follow-on process that Mr. Galante went through, which would force or compel the city to expose the property to affordable housing developers and having to go through a screening process subsequently. The way this deal is structured, it's structured in a time frame to accommodate not having to go through that process. So as I am illustrating here, the forces of good and challenge and risk are all abundant in this transaction. Let's talk about that. The developer, has, at least at the proposed team, you have to always understand and know, who the team will be. The 2 key developers at the front end of this have skills and expertise in urban development, restaurant, food, and they've brought in other partners, Remet and Zislis, as proposed, that have non-binding letters of intent. The idea is to get them binding and committed to the project. Why? Because they bring a combination of financial resources and hotel expertise, which are other elements of the project that need to be included as part of the team in order to get this over the finish line and be successful. If successful, second bullet, the PROS project could generate significant revenues. We've gone through that, $700,000 a year, a combination of property sales and hotel tax primarily. That's a strong project for the city to consider and have in its coffers for a number of years going forward. The project risks are several, I think, very evident. One is that because of that SLA timeframe, you're essentially negotiating the sale of the property with relevant conditions in advance of the entitlement approval process. That can be done, but for cities, it's more typical, as you may know, to have zoning completed, have the entitlements completed at the time you sell a property or approve the final conditions of a property. It doesn't work that way in this particular case because we are conforming to a Surplus Land Act process primarily. So that's a risk, because in the subsequent months after the sale of the land, should you approve the project, there are likely to be, there could be, there may be changes to the project. You've already seen a project, the first slide that Brian went over, you've already seen over 2 years a series of project changes. In my view, there's nothing wrong with project changes, and I'm looking forward to the presentation from the developer. It just is a circumstance that you have less control over when you haven't approved the entitlements as opposed to when you have the entitlements in front of you and you can control it before the sale of the land. So that's a risk. Possibility of recessionary conditions. There is absolutely nothing the PSQ and their qualified partners can do about that. There's nothing the city can do about it. If you read the current newspapers as you make this decision, there are conditions in the marketplace that are portentous of a shrinking or a fallback in the housing market. You know, whether this is 97 units or 60, however that ends up, it's really for sale housing, and many are predicting that that's going to be a more challenged market over the next couple of years. In addition to just the recessionary and inflation features that we're experiencing today, which make it harder for the pro forma, for example, to absolutely rely on projected costs. The post-COVID environment is still basically unclear, part of the economic circumstances to absolutely how hotels will perform going forward. We've seen some comeback. We've also seen some retrenching. It all depends on the location and the type of project, hotel project. So the recessionary conditions and other economic components really present a risk. They'd present a risk, by the way, whether you had the entitlement risk or not. Those really exist, absent those. And then the boutique hotel. The reason why the boutique hotel is a notable project risk is because this community, as you remember, as Brad and others have said in the sequence, you really started down the road for this site considering a hotel. That was really always been, in my view, as long as I've been an advisor for you, that has been a key core component of this project, is the hotel. And it's the driver of revenue. Out of that 700, it's more than 50%, 60% of the revenue. So clearly it's important. And more than that, it really presents a central space or place in the community if it's successful. So the success of the project is important. And the type of hotel that this project is gearing to achieve is, you know, a boutique, upscale boutique hotel. Not really in this marketplace presently in a noteworthy way. I mean, there is a small boutique hotel in Claremont, Casa 425, but the reality is that the hotel developer, in updating their hotel metrics, provided us with a more expanded family of hotels to look at by comparison that took in a larger area, because that larger area has hotels that are similar or could be compared to the quality of a four-star boutique, which is what Zislis intends to bring. It does not exist in this marketplace. The hotel is a risk. It's a risk for whether or not it gets financed, and it's a risk as to whether or not it's successful, particularly because it relies on a fairly significant room rate, $225 as projected by the developer. That doesn't really exist here other than this, other that somewhat this small hotel in Claremont. So it's a target for the hotel in the sense of, for the project, because it elevates the quality of the project, but whether or not there's sufficient demand for that higher price product is a question, presents a risk. So the way to mitigate that risk is to, as Fred went through this, to try and build in some protections, TOT, revenue protected, the ability to take back or reacquire the property under certain conditions. And that is the balance, again, because we're in this position of advancing a sale in advance of entitlements and knowing more about how the actual project will come together in its final format. We are relegated to a good fair market value of the price, including some cleanup of the site. We accomplish that. We accomplish a concept, but we enter risk, and we have less control of the risk because once we sell the land is not in our control. We haven't given the entitlements out yet. We don't know what those might be in the long run. Those are the balances. So basically, if you step back, this is the balance between finding a developer with the vision and the wherewithal to get it done. And I believe that the partnership is proposed, as long as it includes the committed full team that we've been talking about for over a year or two, can come to the fore and comply with the requirements of the DDA, meaning having those binding commitments sufficiently for us to move forward and close the property. That takes the project a long way down to the potential of deliverability. It doesn't take out the other risks that we talk about, but it helps. If the project isn't approved and is unsuccessful, we're back to that arena that Fred, I think, did a good job of describing, which is twofold. You have to go through the SLA process. We've already talked about what that exposure is. And the state is really, because they've declared housing as an urgency matter in the state, the shortage of housing, they have been very consistent, really almost relentless in imposing statutory constraints on local zoning determinations. And you're seeing them, particularly in the 41 bills that were just signed, approved by the legislature and signed by the governor in the last month or so. 3 of those Fred talked about, 2097, SB 6, and 2011, AB 2011. All of them just essentially confine decision-making on a site like this. And so you'd have to go through the SLA, get emancipation from the SLA and go through that process, and then face the music on statutory impositions by the state on this property. Not to say that it can't be done. It's just the reality. Those uncertainties to me are no different than the uncertainties of the success of a boutique hotel, or the fact that we don't finitely know what entitlements will be approved because they're not here yet. That just is the balance in the equation of this particular project. I know the developer is going to give us a fairly extensive presentation. I'll hand this back to the city manager, and we'll go from there. And we're around to answer any questions as you desire. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. As with any development project that is complex, involves many aspects that are negotiated and designed in a way that balances our needs, there is risk. And I said that earlier. There are risks in both supporting and not supporting the development, and these include the risks identified in the staff report and presentations. If this project is unsuccessful, the city will be obligated to go through the Surplus Land Act process if it desires to dispose of such property, and under a changing environment, reducing local control on development, a significant and other limitations on the property. Due to this, we lose control to some extent of the development potential of the property should it fall under the Surplus Land Act. And obviously the deadline you've heard 3 times in the presentation would be December 31st for that property to be transacted, or sooner if the exclusive negotiating agreement with Pioneer Square expires. This project has evolved and reflects changes necessary for the developer to finance the project, as well as to limit cost and upfront commitment of substantial capital investment. Further, the evolutions and shortened time frame prior to the Surplus Land Act deadline have resulted in deferring many project elements to the city's traditional development process after the sale of the site. Such change and resulting negotiation on an agreement introduce risk that the contemplated project may further evolve from what was proposed or change from preliminary approved, which is evident in the new concept presented by Pioneer Square just a week ago. This is a risk that exists. However, it is not atypical that such change can occur in this type of ground-up development. Given the timeline and limitations of completing the project prior to triggering the Surplus Land Act, process and gaining agreement with the developer, the city has reduced control over several aspects that it would otherwise have if the project had gone through entitlements prior to project sale. Such loss of control include control over the design concept, number of residential units, except for the limitation up to 97, parking structure, property configuration, how the project integrates into Pioneer Park. City staff have negotiated as best as possible to reduce risk, but this is Pioneer Square's project and reflects a compromise in what the city originally desired, allowing a great deal of ambiguity for the ultimate final project, and as a consideration the City Council needs to weigh in its risk-reward calculus. We should note that the project still has to go through the city's development review process, but there are less absolute requirements on the areas discussed that the city can enforce than can be enforced through a development agreement. The security available to ensure the planned project is completed is not an absolute guarantee, and such guarantee would most likely not be approved by a developer. There is real risk that under certain conditions, the project can miss deadlines, the transient occupancy tax guarantee may not be honored, and the viability for the city to exercise its purchase agreement may not be viable at the time any such situation may occur. Pioneer Square assures the city that based on their proposed team, they will perform and complete the project as planned, and proposed team members have demonstrated successes in delivering projects, but disclosure of this risk is important. Negotiations over parking involved balancing the cost of underground parking, the required parking spaces, and the location and configuration of parking. Parking is important and a concern in the downtown core, which is an additional risk. Each housing unit will have 2 tandem parking spots, and this will be known to the future owners prior to purchasing. And the hotel will be required managed parking, specifically all valet parking in a tandem configuration. While these may be elements that are seen in other cities, they are new to San Dimas and are not tested to determine reasonableness for this area. To this extent, there is increased risk that more parking off-site may become necessary, or that parking limitations may constrain the success of businesses residing on the property. Pioneer Square assures the city that they are not concerned that the development is underparked or will result in spillover into spaces off property, except in the cases of special events. The hotel is a critical component of the city's desire in this project. As in the case with the overall strength of financing and agreements with project partners, there is risk with the assumptions provided for the hotel's success. Specifically, the hotel assumes a $225 a night average daily rate, which is high, and is speculative with some support from hotel information on a greater geographic area than San Dimas. As to the relative speculative nature of the operating success of a boutique hotel in this market, and specifically in our city, it should be noted that Zislis, the proposed hotel partner, has demonstrated experience operating successful hotels similar to what is being proposed, including projects that involve multiple uses and underground parking. Further, the lack of these type of hotels in the area may allow for a competitive advantage, but given that we do not have multiple universities which can support hotel capacity, such as the closest boutique hotel in Claremont, it remains to be seen if this will be the case at $225 a night. Proposed project partners have the experience and appear to have the financial strength to support the project. However, current teaming and operating partnership agreements with Zislis and REMET contain no material commitment to the project until after securing development agreement approval, which is an inherent risk given the financial strength is critical to the project's success. Therefore, as part of the disposition development agreement, Pioneer Square is required to provide a binding partnership and or similar agreements between the parties for the project demonstrating Zislis and REMET's commitment to the project and ability to ultimately fund, construct, and deliver the proposed project with special emphasis on the hotel component. To the extent that such a contractual relationship is not formed prior to the development agreement execution, increases the risk to the project. However, Pioneer Square assures us that the partners are committed to the development. Cosmont Realty has been leading the review of financial and project viability information for the project. There are several areas discussed in the staff report and previous staff presentations involving the formal structure and strength of the financial arrangement and investment of all the related partner entities and support for the average daily rate for the hotel. I won't go further into all these details, But this type of risk is not unusual in speculative development occurring in a changing economic environment. But given the City Council's acceptance of the original project proposal, which began this relationship, the City Council should be aware of such to properly consider the risk reward for the project. The project began prior to the city engaging in the downtown specific plan, which is framing the development future of the downtown from Arrow Highway at Bonita to Walnut between Bonita and Arrow Highway. Approval of this project would have some effect on how surrounding properties to the project may be considered in the downtown specific plan. Though not a risk in of itself, it is important to recognize the greater planning process currently underway. So now I turn it over back to the City Council and the Mayor for any clarifying questions or to open the public hearing. But I recommend that at the end of this presentation, before we open the public hearing, that we do take a brief recess.
Okay. Questions? No? No? Ken or Ryan?
Just one clarifying question, and I think Frank may have talked about it, but to trigger the covenant as it relates to the Surplus Land Act, that's only if the city changes the zoning. Is that correct? Is that what I heard? I mean, barring the legislation that's pending.
Correct.
That would be
Ultimately, if the property is used to include residential and there are over 10 residential units, then the covenant would apply to anything over that and would be 15% of whatever number of residential units would be developed on the site. Over 10 would be relegated to affordable housing as a requirement.
But that's if the city intended to use that in that
manner. Correct.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a quick question regarding the SLA process. So, as it sounds like there's been slight changes since we first started talking about SLA as it related to this project. But to be honest, at the beginning, I was a little intimidated by the prospect of SLA. But as time has gone on and we've discussed it more, I've become more ambivalent to it. I think, and I guess this is where my question lies, is that a project as robust as PSQ with no affordability built into the project for housing, if because of the environmental challenges that piece of property inherently comes with, is difficult to develop as PSQ. I could only imagine that if this were to go out in an SLA process, that it would pose significantly greater challenges for somebody that's trying to build affordable housing on that same piece of property. So I guess what I'm getting at is the question more directly is, would this piece of property even be marketable to anyone if they wanted to develop any sort of low-income housing on it?
Thank you for the question. I would say that it's speculative, right? So when you proceed through the SLA process, you submit the offer through HCD, the state agency that keeps the list of interested developers, as well as any other developer that has submitted interest letters to the city. Once you receive those, and we've gone through this for several of the cities we represent, a lot of times developers don't quite acknowledge the challenges with particular sites. And what we have learned is that once you do educate them on that process, a lot of the times they do drop off. And I think you alluded to that, council member, that it could be a challenging site. Now, this is a site that is very close to some, robust transit areas. So that, along with the new legislation that I discussed, really does create some incentives to developers to pursue development of affordable housing and really press for that.
And in this case, I know we've worked with PSQ on the price for the property due to the environmental concerns that it has. In the SLA process, it's my understanding that we're only obligated to sell it at the market rate. Is that correct?
Fair market value, correct.
So if somebody were to come along and want to build some monstrosity that would not fit in the town core of our city, we essentially could not give the concessions that we've given to PSQ, and it would make the project viability even that much harder.
What I will say is the SLA language essentially says that you as the city would have to negotiate in good faith. It doesn't really define that with any detail. So essentially you can't exclude development of affordable housing. That it is very clear in the SLA. Beyond that, if you have certain concerns, goals, ideas for the site, so long as you allow for that affordable component and the price is, as Larry explained, reflective of fair market value, you could likely add other components so that if somebody's proposing something that's totally out of character with the area, that could be likely a good, reasonable basis to say, you know, we've negotiated good faith. We don't think this really fits the area. It remains to be seen how far those negotiations would have to go, but obviously it depends on the circumstances.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you.
As any good lawyer would say, it depends on the circumstances. Yeah.
Any further questions? I just have one simple question. Okay, say we sign the DDA, okay, and everything starts kind of going sideways and everything, and all of a sudden, Pioneer Square isn't as righteous as, that I believe they are. But down the line, things start to change. They've now owned the property, okay? And yeah, we're going to put some kind of restrictions on it and all that, but who's to say that down the line, they decide they cannot build the hotel or another portion of this. You got to remember, we went from 40 units to whatever, 100 units to 97, and then today we're at 60. Okay, this thing could have kind of come back 6 months ago, a year ago, but it was always the reason why we kept raising it is it doesn't pencil out. So my question is, what real guarantee do we have that this project's not going to, is going to be completed? And at some point, in the middle of this thing, they decide they can't do it, and now I got sticks in the air, I've got everything going on, and they decide to pull back, and here, it's the city, you can buy your property back. Now the city's got to find a developer that's going to be able to put this thing back together. It's like, I'm just having some real concerns about the risk. I've talked to Michael many times, and I believe that him and his organization is a very reputable company, but our job is to figure out what's the best thing for the city of San Dimas and what the risks are. So what is that? What happens if today we sign this thing and 6 months from now or a year, they keep saying we don't want to do this?
That's a very good question, Mayor. I can say that there's nothing I could put in an agreement that can force somebody to develop a hotel. We could put levers and pulleys and all of the right controls to make it very difficult for the developer not to do what the city wants. And I believe we've put that in the agreement. Most notably, that TOT in lieu payment is a significant requirement. And the covenant agreement not only imposes up to $12 million of these payments that have to be made to the city if the developer doesn't go through all the steps and ultimately build the hotel, that obligation cannot be subordinated. So in other words, when a lender comes and they always want to be first in line if things go sideways, that one clause can't be subordinated. So any lender that provides financing for this project has to accept that requirement. Like I said, it's just sort of a lever and that I could put over them to give them pressure, but ultimately, if the market doesn't support development of a hotel, there's not much you can put into a deal.
Well, as I said 2 years ago, 3 years ago, my concern is we bid, and I realize it's a whole lot different project now than it was proposed, but we dig a big hole for a parking structure, underground parking structure. They decide that, this isn't going to work for them. We're going to have to take it back over to figure out what to do with it, and I still potentially end up with a big old parking lot or a big hole in the ground for a swimming pool. Okay, now we're talking about if all of a sudden they decide they're not going to comply with the hotel issue, and we start putting these fines on them, and they walk away. We got 60, 97, whatever, condos. What are we going to do now with their property, and they're not able to complete contractually the deal? I've still got a corner that has blank space. Now, I need a little more understanding of what happens if that truly was, that platform was to happen.
Again, I'd have to probably give similar responses that one of the obligations we put in the agreement is that or actually benefits to the city, is that on a timeline of development, we will not issue certificates of occupancy for the residential or the commercial. The theory is the residential is what is really a lucrative part of a development. It's less risky, and I'm stepping on Cosmont's toes here, but presumably, from what I understand, that's the part of the development that is easier to proceed with. They can't secure certificates of occupancy until they're underway in the development of the hotel. So that, again, it's another piece of leverage that we've put in the document.
And that probably forces the question that you're trying to raise earlier in the dialogue. I mean, part of it is that these things don't always solve everything, but if they know, backing into where they are, if they know that they can't achieve those occupancy or those permits until and unless they have evidence of hotel financing and moving that project along concurrently, then it forces them to solve for the hotel financing and for the hotel project early on, because they know that's a fatal flaw that they face. So not perfect. You never want to be stuck in these projects, particularly if you're a city, because it's hard for cities to really work as a developer in the context of lenders and liens and all the ugly things that happen when things get stuck. I would say the other sort of remedy, and none of these are full remedies, they're just sort of edging away at the risk as much as you can, is what we said earlier, which is that who you start out with is important, right? I mean, part of the consideration here is we need that team to be financed, we need to have the expertise, we need that developer on board in a way that is recognizable and committed, because that's the pathway that you start out on. That still doesn't mean you can't get off the path, but there's nowhere to go without that path in our view.
Thank you, Larry. I think you answered this question earlier, but do we know if Pioneer Square has their financing in place, or is it just a letter that we will consider, letter of intent? I have no idea how that works in the financial market, but what is the guarantee that there is a financial institution out there that's going to support this space, especially during our current economic trend here in our country and the stock market and everything? Interest rates are, we went through 3 years of very low interest rates, and all of a sudden they're dramatically starting to go up, which is going to cost lots of money to a lot of people. How do we know this is going to get financed, completely? That's probably the proper question for Michael. But the reality is, I'm looking at you for economic advice on what we should be looking for.
Well, again, a couple of things. One is, I think the developer will speak to where they are in the financing. What they have submitted, which I think is absolutely appropriate for where the project is they have non-binding letters of intent from two skilled and pocketed parties, respectively. One's a financial partner, a REMAT, and the other is a hotel operator partner with great expertise, Syslus, right? So they have non-binding letters. The DDA that's in front of you requires them to show up with a binding commitment letter within this next period of time before the end of the year. Again, that's a first step in the process. That team, it's sort of like fielding the best team you can to go get the financing. Now you're still in design mode, you're still going through entitlements, you're starting to work through the marketplace. You know, it's critical to have, let's say, the deep pocket expertise of a REMET. It's critical to have the food hall expertise of a Tessier. It's important to have the track record of a Deedon on mixed-use urban infill projects. You have all of that along with Syslus. They're still going to be subject to the financing marketplace and see how they underwrite the hotel that is a little bit of an unproven commodity at that daily rate and for that product in this market. So it'll be an uphill battle for them. Doesn't mean they can't win. That is the risk you can't shuffle away. It doesn't work, I think, from the gate if the team you put on the field isn't out there going after it. But that team, as good as they are, will face the inconsistencies and the unreliability of a financing marketplace that is shifting right now because the economy is shifting. There's no way around that. That's the bet you make, in part when you go forward with this. And I think that's a really important question for the developer to answer, but that's our perspective on where we are.
Thank you, Larry.
Sure.
All right, any further questions? No? No. Okay, are we going to take a break now, or are we going to wait and talk to open the public hearing?
I recommend we take a break because I believe the presentation is somewhere in order of over 30 slides.
Okay. I'll save 5 minutes, so I'll see you in about 8 or 9. Okay, we're going to reconvene the council meeting, and we're going to go to public comments, and understand our first public comment will be Pioneer Square, Mr. Deaton. Unless you don't want to say anything.
I'm not that tired yet. I think I can handle standing up. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, the great staff that you have, led by Chris Constantine and Brad McKinney. Deborah Black has processed so many ENAs that I think she's an absolute expert on it, and she always does it with a very friendly manner, and we appreciate her a lot. And also the Cosmont team and the fantastic city attorney that you have. We would not be this far without all of them and their efforts and literally the hundreds and hundreds of hours that everybody has put into this, getting us here to tonight. So I can advance this. What I wanted to show, actually, is we've been involved here for 6 years. It wasn't PSQ, but it was CHA and Zislis were in the first round. And obviously, we didn't get selected, and the city went with another group, and that, unfortunately, didn't materialize in success. But, you know, we fell in love with it at that time, with the city and the site and the vibe here and the demographics and then the coming of the metro. So we continued to have a great interest, and then when we heard that things might be going sideways, we reached out to the city. I think we sent in an unsolicited proposal, and then that turned into the competition, and then you eventually selected us, which we were greatly honored by. But I wanted to underscore that, but that's just our level of commitment here. And you know, we're into this as of tonight around $600,000, and then if we're fortunate enough to be approved by you, then by the end of the year, we will be in this over $3 million, because we have to take down the land and then all the pre-development money that will go into prepping for that. So our commitment is we're all in, and there's no backing out. And we're not going to have a swimming pool, Mr. Mayor, that you always warn me about. I promise you that. But we're going to get to that. So yeah, this is our team, and you know, this is a group of entrepreneurs who, and you talk about risk. You know, we're in the risk business. Everything that we do is risk. You know, the 600,000. You know, you could vote, no, we don't want you guys anymore, and poof, that's gone. You know, I have to go home and explain that to my wife tonight. So, you know, we're not intimidated by risk or afraid of risks or anything like that. It's our job to mitigate the risks. Our job is to convince you that we're the team that can handle the risks, both for you and you, the community, and then, of course, for us. And we take that responsibility very seriously. We know that this site has been a problematic thing for the city for a long time, for years and years, and we see it as our responsibility, obligation to you to create a beautiful gateway project that will be something that you can be proud of, and the generation of San Dimas people will enjoy it. That's the way that we look at this. And so this is, and again, I'm going to underscore, because there was a lot of conversation about risk. This is Artico Partners and some of their projects. And when you look at these are, you know, oh yeah, we're gonna rejuvenate and bring back downtown Pomona. Yeah, right. Well, Artico Partners did that at enormous risk. They restored the old Fox Theater. They now have concerts there. They brought in restaurants and artists and artist housing, and they did it. And this is a classic example of an entrepreneurial developer who has just taken on extremely risky things and has been very successful. It's kind of like the higher the risk, the greater the reward. That's the way that it works. This is my company here. Just I'll quickly hit on it. On the Mission Meridian project in South Pasadena, I don't know how many people told me, Michael, you're absolutely crazy. Nobody is going to want to live there. Your development proposal's not going to work. You're asking way too much money for the condominium sales. I had artist loft units. The bank came back with an appraisal and said those will never sell. And when I opened up for sale on a Saturday morning, there were, I think, 18 of those lofts. We sold them in 2 hours. I could have sold 1,000 of them. That's how far off the conventional wisdom was on that project. And what ended up happening is that this was a condominium project, and we ended up selling at a higher rate than the single-family houses were selling for per square foot. The Venice Renaissance, another example, everybody said, you're crazy to fool around in Venice, you're in the coastal zone, you'll never pull that off. We put in, I promised the senior community there to put in a large percentage of senior rentals, and we were selling luxury condominiums with ocean views. The bank said no one will buy those condominiums with that affordable senior housing. No rich person wants to live next to a poor senior. And I said, baloney. And what happened was our buyers came in, said, okay, I want to take, you know, $500,000. This is 20 years ago when $500,000 was $500,000. Then they said, well, you know, what are those other apartments about over there? And I said, well, they're for senior citizens that live here in the community, and they need, you know, upgrading their housing. And they go, God, that's wonderful. We really want to be a part of it. So it was the exact opposite of what the conventional wisdom was. And so that's what this is. You know, when most people, you know, we've talked to 1,000 people about this project and say, you know, this will never work, Michael. You're doing a hotel. Nobody wants to fund hotels, and it's too complicated, and you got underground parking, and that's you know, we just don't believe that. You know, we know that what we're proposing here, and we're going to be able to build it, is going to be very, very successful. It will become like the Metlocks block down in Manhattan Beach. That became the living room of that community, and this will be the same thing for the city of San Dimas. Now, I want to introduce our partner, Kevin Randolph from Kevin Roberts, excuse me, from Metropolitan, Republic Metropolitan. He has to get home to be with his daughter, so I'm going to put him up now. But a couple of years ago, Jerry and I were toying around not only with this project, but a number of other projects in the area, and we realized that we needed a stronger financial partner. And so we had heard about this company, and we reached out to them, and then we were compatible with values and where they were going. They wanted to build up their Southern California portfolio, and so we have teamed up. And so I want Kevin to explain why they're very interested in this project.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Kevin Randolph is our attorney, actually, for a different project, so I think maybe that's... Kevin Roberts, Senior Vice President with Republic Metropolitan REMET, and we are a diversified real estate firm developing, investing, and owning and managing properties on both coasts, Mid-Atlantic and in California. In my 23-year career as well, I've focused on developing and delivering transit-oriented projects like this. I've done this over 1 million square feet and about 1,000 multifamily units in Washington, D.C., Maryland, San Francisco, and Los Angeles most recently. I've joined REMET 1 year ago, but we have formed a great relationship with Jerry and with Michael and formed PSQ. I'm also working on the exciting University Village at Redlands with Artico and CHA as well. So we have a proven track record of delivering projects. We are very close to executing agreements with this project. But the reason that we're excited to join forces on this project as well is that we want to leverage our TOD experience, our multivariate experience from retail, Michael Dean with mixed use, myself with multifamily, and help leverage the assets, the wonderful assets you have in San Dimas, the excellent schools, the livability, the vision for developing a property next to the new Gold Line. These are all great assets that are going to launch this community and be successful for us. Thank you. I'll be available for questions as well.
Thank you. Mr. Deaton?
Yep. Okay, we're going to be quick here because it's getting late, and
I'm sorry, Michael. Just I know he has to scoot, so I do have a question for him.
I'm sorry.
Why? I appreciate you taking an interest in the project.
Sure.
I'm just curious why you guys don't have a binding letter of agreement joining the project.
Yeah, so it's important that we have actually executed agreement that allows us to go to our next stage of due diligence and really to deep dive into, you've heard about all the financial roiling and markets, and interest rates are up, costs are up. We really need that agreement to really make sure that we are locked in with what the deal and terms are so that we can take that to the next level with a really robust underwriting and capital markets investigation.
Okay, okay, I got it. Thank you.
Good. Okay, this is Shade Hotels. You've met Michael Zislis. He was at the community workshop in February. He's been at a couple of other meetings. His CFO is watching on Zoom, and I don't know if we tied her in via phone, but again, it is, I met Michael because I was partners on the Met Lux block down in Manhattan Beach. John Tolkien was the managing partner. One day we were sitting in a construction trailer. This guy walks in with a Hawaiian shirt on and said, "Hi, I'm Mike Zislis, and I want to build a hotel on your property." We go, "Oh, okay, great. How many hotels you built?" "I've never built any hotels before." And we said, "Well, really? We're going to entrust you?" And he goes, "Don't worry. I'm studying that industry, and I'll come back to you in a month with a proposal." He did, and we took the risk with him, and now that component of that project, very valuable project right in the heart of downtown Manhattan Beach, is the most valuable component of that complicated mix. Michael is an entrepreneur par excellence. He knows how to make money. He would never, ever invest here in San Dimas if he wasn't absolutely convinced that he was going to make money here. That's not his bag. He's a money guy, as is Republic Metropolitan. They're money people. They know how to make money, and Mike Zislis knows how to do it too. Michael also is a restaurateur. And I want to make it clear that we're committed. I know that it's important to members of the council that you have fine dining here in our project, and we are going to produce that. Several of Michael's projects are very high-end fine dining. Jerry Tessier has built fine dining as well. And so we're committed to that. We will deliver that, and nothing will deter us from that. And then, this is, I think we've gone over this today, unless there's something here that you want to ask us questions about, but this is kind of the schedule and what we need to achieve going forward. Mr. Mayor, I'll address your concern about the empty swimming pool. When we get ready to build, we will have construction documents that will be presented to a bank, and then a bank will approve that and give us the money to not only build the swimming pool, but also the entire project. You know, and this is a $100 million project, $100 million in costs. So that means that we'll be probably putting up $30 million in our own equity, and then we're going to borrow $70 million for the construction financing. So the money will be there. There's no concern. It's impossible for it to happen that there'll be sticks in the air or an empty plunge. You know, so that's what I wanted to underscore. And then this is the schedule, the key milestones, which you're familiar with. Others have gone over this this evening, so there's probably no need to do that. And then just for the public, maybe we want to go over this a little bit, that, you know, that's the site in the middle. Unfortunately, it has some problems. The phase 2 which we paid for, and which the city asked us to do it, and we were glad to do it. And it shows that there is contamination. We have to clean that up. That's part of the built into the sales price. And here's the development program that we're showing you tonight. The reason why, and many have brought this up, a project like this is going to change several times, and it's already. And for example, you know, we thought it was very expensive to build around the oak tree, but you wanted the oak tree, and so we took that on, and so we have to. That really interferes with the subterranean parking and the cost, but we have to build around it, and so we're willing to do that. And so therefore, we have to increase the density to offset those type of costs. So it will change again, but that you shouldn't have any fears, because for entitlements, we're going to be coming back before you with full schematic drawings. We will have gone through Henry's department, and then you will have several other bites at the cherry to fine tune it, both in terms of design, density, parking, and the like. We have, because we heard very loudly from you, I think at the February community meeting, that parking was a major concern. So now we've parked this, it's kind of over-parked, but we realize how important that is. I will walk the neighborhood all around our site and hand out my cell phone number. And if anybody has a problem with an employee or somebody else parking in front of their home, they will call me and they won't call you. So that's my commitment to you. So here's the site plan here. It has the major connection there on the right-hand side to Pioneer Park, and then another really beautiful one around the oak tree and kind of some Spanish steps that go in. The plaza has always been critical to us, and there will be signature outdoor dining. And then the hotel is going to have a very beautiful restaurant up on the rooftop. And here's an important thing to point out is that the amenities of the hotel, there's going to be a gym and a swimming pool and other activities. And the homeowners here will be able to partake here. This will be an amenity to the residential as well as for hotel guests. The other thing that we've done with the parking is that before we had a separate garage for the hotel, and that proved to be very inefficient. And so we've combined them, and now you see this, that here's the entrance, and this comes down into the major hotel where before the parking went underneath it and it was very expensive. So we've reached a more attractive economies of scale here in terms of the parking. And here you see the rest of the parking here as well. And then here you see it in section, how the parking is running the full length, 2 levels, and how that looks. And then here again is the program. If you have questions, we can go back to this. This is the lesser density plan, the 60 units that we just included for your information. What we want to do, the reason why we have the 97 and the 60 is because we want to test out over the next couple of months what the right ratio is, and either be able to dial it up or dial it down, to make it work both economically, aesthetically attractive to potential homeowners, and to you and the community, the people that are going to look at it every day of their lives. So that's the parking. Again, here's the section showing the parking. And then this is what it's about. It's about creating space that people are going to want to hang out and enjoy, and children running in the pop jets. This is why we're in the business, to create places that people can enjoy, have fun, be with their families. The weather here is beautiful. And eat outside most of the year. Jerry's excellent at programming and doing incredibly fun things at all of his projects, and he will have this programmed throughout the year, seasonal events and so forth. Here's celebrating that oak tree and how we can go about doing that. And then here are the housing types that we'll be introducing. All the housing will not be cookie cutter and look all the same. There'll be various building types, so it will look like after a few years, it will look like it had always been there, and it wasn't built by one person, and it looks like the other multifamily stuff that you see throughout Southern California that is boring and uninteresting and something that we don't do anyway. So, and then here's of course the beautiful plaza with the bandstand, and Jerry wants to program music during throughout the year, and during the holidays we could have Santa there and do fun things with that, and for the other festive holidays. And this is a view looking northwest, kind of with the train in the background, and showing that the importance of this slide right here is that how the building addresses the street and the neighborhood, and that these are front doors. So this will be very engaging and sensitive to pedestrians and bikers and people. Here's the park, of course, and I promised my friend from the Park District that that we would work with him very carefully on our landscaping and coordinate with him so we're compatible with everything that he's doing at beautiful Pioneer Park. And then here's the rooftop bar restaurant that Michael Zislis will be doing. It'll have views of the train in the foreground and then the beautiful mountains in the horizon. And then here's the amenity of the pool that will be very attractive, both the hotel guests and for the homeowners and their families. And this is a view looking through Pioneer Park. We took out the trees so you would be able to see what the architecture was going to be. Here's the heritage oak and then how it relates to the park, and then you climb right up here and go into the plaza. And then here's the look on Bonita, looking southwest. We want to activate, of course, Bonita Avenue. You can see that there's also outdoor dining here. These are all storefronts that will be interesting and have displays and so forth, and turn Bonita into the continuation of what you already have in the downtown. And then lastly, here's how the hotel will look, going eastbound on Bonita. And I think that's it. Jerry's here, our lawyer is here. Mr. Roberts can stay for a few more minutes and then he has to go take care of his daughter. So we're here to answer all questions and discussion. And thank you for your attention, by the way.
We're going to handle questions with Mr. Deaton now, or you want to wait till the rest of the public hearing's over?
Probably wait.
Great. Okay. All right. We'll call you back.
Do you have my
You're
cell
allowed
number?
to talk.
Do you have my cell number?
Pardon me?
Do you have my cell number?
Yeah, I do. No. We're going to go ahead and continue with the public hearing, and then we'll get into questions.
Okay, good.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of the project?
Mayor, we do have speaker cards.
Oh, okay.
That were turned in.
Sorry.
Raymond McDonald.
Good evening, good morning.
Pretty close.
But I'm here just to offer my continued unwavering support for this project. I think everyone gathered here that lives in this community has a vision of San Dimas, has a hope for San Dimas as a great place to work, play, and live. And I, for one, want to say from personal experience, along with my wife and child who weren't able to be here tonight, that we have been engaged every step of the way many times. And a lot of ideas trickle up from the community, like the rooftop bar and the view of the mountains. I hear your concerns about sticks too. I had to look at some of them in Eagle Rock. But I've seen this concept work not just in Glendale, California, but in Glendale, Wisconsin, where no one thought that an open-air mall would work with the way it snows there. And it fundamentally changed life there in that community, and I believe it will here become a vital heart. I hear what's been said about the economy, but just as all of us have lived several decades here and have seen economic cycles come and go, and have seen various pandemics and such, this building has seen a lot. We've seen a lot. The fact is, rates have been artificially low. I have an MBA from USC as well as my other degrees. And rates have been artificially low for over a decade. What does that mean? That means that the bad ideas get through. But this is a great idea, and the fact that they're still here committed means that the hurdle rate, that it still satisfies that. that it passes the sensitivity analysis, that it's a strong idea. And I think we know in our hearts that it is. So this is a going concern. It's a living room. I think of it as the vital heart. I think of it as a place that we could all go and grow. But beyond that, we face a decision. Doing nothing is still doing something. In December, we lose control of that vision. So I hope that we go with this idea as a place that will last and work for us for generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Amanda Lee.
Okay, good evening. All right, so this property in itself has been back and forth on the agenda. Even before PSQ, you know, there was a lot of communication among the community as to what it would be used for, and then all of a sudden, oh, there might be a hotel there. Community decided that was not what we wanted at all for that property. Council listened, you heard us, and decided that maybe there would be a better idea for that property. Then Pioneer Square project was introduced, and a lot of residents were starting to get to know this project and attended meetings to learn more about this project and the potential that it had. And there's been a lot of changes since the original meeting. But I think what ends up kind of ringing true with this is that this project in itself really does bring what this community kind of wants to keep in our community with the incredible changes that are coming, whether we like it or not. Unfortunately, because of state legislature, just because our community is growing and we have to change with it as it grows, you know, we value the community itself, we value safety, and we value the families within our community, whether it be the retired parents whose kids have grown up and moved out, and now they are here in the community that they live in and love, or if it's the new families moving in, having kids, raising their children here in the fantastic school district that we have. PSQ in itself represents a positive continuation, not even a change, but a positive continuation of our community. It continues having more retail and hopefully more mom and pop shops that have a space to come to. It represents possibly bringing in, if not a library, which, not a library, a bookstore, maybe a little bookstore shop of used books or something. It doesn't have to be a huge bookstore because I know that goes back and forth. It brings in new restaurants. It brings, and it's not to compete with the restaurants that we have because we have some fantastic places already. But it just continues to grow our community. On top of that, we now have this bridge that separates our community, whether we like that bridge or not. So if we can find a way to connect that corridor of the east and the west downtown, PSQ really does represent a great opportunity to do that. You know, again, the boutique hotel, I think most people, residents that attended this meeting, I can't speak for all of them, but from what I remember hearing from a lot, we were not super happy with having any hotel at all because we have so many hotels that were there. That being said, I think a lot of residents were kind of coming around to having a smaller boutique hotel in that space. Whether or not it falls through, so let's just say worst case scenario happened. The person that was going into it decide it's not a good investment for me. For the way that I'm looking at it as a resident, maybe it's just I'm not financially adept in this, but we can always look for another boutique hotel to come in or another smaller, you know, business to come in and take over this thing. It's something you can grow into. The concern that I have and that I had when we were choosing the properties for the state legislature that had passed, and we had to choose property for housing. This doesn't go through. There really isn't too much choice what else we can do with that property. It's just going to become housing, if we're honest. You know, there really is no going back and forth with that because of the lack of housing that we have not only in this city, but just throughout the whole state. It's very unlikely we would find another opportunity for that property. And it wouldn't just be housing. It would more than likely end up being like those big properties that are on Route 66 and Arrow that are massive housing complexes. I mean, they're condos, it's great, it's still housing, but it's huge housing complexes. It takes out a lot of control from the city, which right now, you have had so much say in a lot of what has been going on, which I think is kind of impressive. And residents have even had a lot of say in, hey, we really don't like this design, can we kind of consider this a little bit more? You know, I really do think that we won't have an opportunity like this again. If we let PSQ go, imperfect or not, unfortunately for this kind of large development project, even if you had the Fairfield Inn come in, they could have backed out and you would have this huge, you know, development there still, but now they're gone. So you're having to try to, you know, figure out what to do with it. There's never going to be a perfect plan. So yes, have your ducks in a row. That's good. We have to do due diligence. And the city has been doing that, not just for yourself, but also to protect the residents that would be impacted by this project. But again, I don't see us having another opportunity to have a project like this. And we're seeing so many other projects like it in Glendora, Laverne, you know, popping up here and there. It would be really great to put ourselves on the map. San Dimas is such a unique, you know, situation in regards to our location. We're right there at the 210 and 57. Why don't we have more people coming here? I talked to the other parents in Monrovia at my kids' preschool. None of them have any idea where San Dimas is except for one, only because she works here. All the others, I have to reference Glendora. And then they're like, oh, yeah, okay, I know. We really need to put ourselves on the map. It would help our businesses. It would help bring more money into our city, you know, and it would really help even just residences here because it increases our property values and everything. So my argument is just, you're not going to get another opportunity like this. Residents, and I would say even our council here, is not going to be happy with the other option if it doesn't go through. You know, pass and then continue to work with PSQ. You know, it does seem, even by the presentation given, there's going to be opportunities to continue moving forward with this to make sure that it's in the best interest of the city as well. So that's my argument. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Isabel Ebner.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Isabel Ebner, West 4th Street. I'm speaking to you tonight as a San Dimas homeowner and resident and mother of 3 children who cares deeply about our community and only wants what's best for our town. As you know, I am a fervent supporter of the Pioneer Square project for the many reasons I've stated at this podium over the past 4 years, and I don't think I need to repeat all those reasons again. But tonight, as I think it was Mr. Cosmont who said, I think that this project is about finding the right team of developers for this piece of property that we have in our city. And I would like to share why I support this team, the Pioneer Square team in particular. Not only have they already invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into this project by modifying their plans and performing studies on a property they don't even own yet, they have shown great patience, diligence, and a willingness to compromise throughout this process. When the city was uncertain about the viability of a boutique hotel, the Pioneer Square team sought out a more reputable hotelier. When the city wanted to keep the oak tree in place, Mr. Deaton and his team redrew their plans to accommodate that request. When the city shared concerns about parking, the newest plans found creative ways to increase the number of available parking spots. The Pioneer Square team has shown time and again that they are invested and committed to this community. They have listened to the city's concerns, they have genuine interest in the community's input, and they have compromised their plans yet maintained the spirit of their original proposal. I don't know about you, but if I were a developer having to jump through all of these hoops, I probably would have cut town a few years ago. And perhaps it's because this team is made up of locals who have a history and a track record of building and sustaining successful projects. Take Mr. Tessier's Claremont Packing House, for example, a venue that probably most of us frequent. Mr. Tessier and his company not only refurbished it, but they also continue to operate and maintain the packing house so that it continues to be a successful and enviable development in the area. The Pioneer Square team has an impressive portfolio with projects in Claremont, South Pasadena, Redlands, Manhattan Beach, the list goes on. And I believe that you would be hard-pressed to find another team of local developers that would put the amount of care into the San Dimas community as Mr. Deaton, Mr. Tessier, and their team have. If you recall, the other guys wanted to build a characterless box surrounded by parking lot, and the other plans paled in comparison to what PSQ has offered. And that brings me to my last point. Due to the Surplus Land Act, the city has a December deadline to enter into the DDA with Pioneer Square. And I fear that if we pass this opportunity up, we will never see a project this dynamic ever again in San Dimas. If this property becomes subject to the Surplus Land Act, it will almost certainly be snatched up by an affordable housing developer, and the city will have little to no control over the number of housing units, the number of parking spots, and Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to say, there will certainly be no hotel. If we pass this opportunity up, I expect we'll see another boxy 4-story apartment building similar to, or perhaps even worse than, the units that we see along Foothill and Glendora that make so many of us cringe. So as the leaders of our community, you have the opportunity to shape San Dimas and the future of our community. So what will it be? Will you settle for mediocrity, or will you take a calculated risk for something great? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Aaron H.
Thank you, City Council, and I'll be quick. I got kids at home tonight, so I got to get home to them. But I appreciate the time, and just want to make a few points and really reiterate a couple of things that have been said. So development's happening, right? And I'm honestly surprised at the council's apprehension to move forward with this development. As a resident who is directly adjacent to this property, some of the concerns that are being raised about parking, I wonder if you actually ask the residents, including myself who live there, if that concern shared. Because of all the proposal opportunities that have come forward and of where this proposal might go if the city does not commit, we support PSQ. Even if there's a little parking overflow, even if there's some headaches along the way, you have a developer in front of you right now that's not only throwing up housing units, but creating an environment for our kids, our children, our families, a space for us to go. They're not just putting up condos, they're creating culture. And so I would encourage this council not to be stagnant. I'd encourage this council to take a step of progression, take a calculated risk, and the concerns that were voiced earlier about potentially having developers back out, I would ask the question of how many times in this developer's history he, she, they have backed out at this point in time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Those are all the speaker cards that have been turned in.
Anyone wishing to speak to the council on this issue?
Hi. Karen Bridgewater, 30-year resident of San Dimas. I just want to say, first of all, my sister just visited from New York. She was here for 10 days. She would have loved to stay at a boutique hotel, but, you know, she didn't have the choice. It's frustrating that this process has taken so long. And I sincerely hope that the city votes to go forward with this project. The PSQ team has bent over backward to address any and all concerns the city has expressed, as well as listening to residents' concerns as well. And they've invested an enormous amount of time and obviously money into this proposal. It's unfortunate that the majority of our city does not even pay attention to processes like this. And I guarantee you that those who have been in the dark will be the first to voice their condemnation over San Dimas Buzz if you fail to go forward with this project and we end up with rows of low-income housing along Bonita. I trust the experience and depth of research that this management team has done for this project. And this well-thought-out project will improve our city, providing services residents want, bringing in needed tax income, and doing it in a way that we can all take pride in. Just because we have not had a boutique hotel in San Dimas does not mean it won't be successful. We need to move forward and have faith in our city, that it's a desirable place to visit. There will always be people with money who will appreciate staying at a unique hotel while they explore our beautiful city and its surrounding area. The homes will be desirable to those who wish to use the Gold Line and ditch their cars. We have the opportunity to shape the future of our city in such a way that it becomes even more desirable, an even more desirable destination to out-of-town visitors and to folks who live in neighboring cities. I think it's important to set aside fear and trust this experienced and successful developer to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, good evening. I'm Ruth Luban, and I live behind the high school at Cypress Avenue. I did want to speak tonight in favor of the Pioneer Square project. I'm a teacher, I'm a coach, I'm a parent of 5 sons, all of which I'm raising here in the community of San Dimas, and I'm a mentor to many of my students. Pioneer Square project is not a lone effort. Actually, this project is working in combination with Republic National, which I want to tell you, if there's a team that can do this, I know that that's the team that can. I have personal experience with this. So as many of you know, I didn't necessarily live here. I am a Washingtonian. I lived in Washington, D.C. And 25 years ago, Washington, D.C., that was not the place you'd want to be. Washington, D.C. was a place that was ridden with crime. It was the place you didn't go to when it was dark at night. My father was beside himself when I told him I was going to live there while going to college there. He simply just did not know what to do. Several years ago, I went back to D.C. to visit. I got an opportunity to witness Republic National's projects. Republic National helped revitalize the entire city of D.C., starting with the harbor and down Pennsylvania Avenue, a place that was destitute, where people did not want to walk outside, became a place where kids would sit down on their laptops in the middle of the night, contacting one another online. And I have to think to myself that if PSQ can have the backing of Republic National, which can make such a transcendence in a community like Washington, D.C., what could they do for us here in the city of San Dimas? What could they do for us here? You know, San Dimas, we need a communal space for everybody. The young, the old. We need a place that's unique, that will draw people in so they can flock to that common space, to share common ideas so that we can grow. As the city evolves, as people evolve, so should our city. And we need to embrace these ideas, because the one thing that will never diminish here is our community, which we want to keep whole, unless we don't have the vision to hold it true. So I ask you to please consider this project for the life of our community and for the future that it will uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak towards this project? Either for or opposed?
Hello, Mayor and City Council and everyone who's stayed up this long. I don't have a laptop. I don't have notes. I just want to say that I've been with this group from the beginning, and the thing that stands out to me is that they're still here. And they always reached out to all of us to ask what we would like to see in our community, and I think that they deserve a lot of credit for that. And I think that listening to everything that the city has presented, and I know that it's been a long process. There's been a lot to go through and there's a lot to consider, but I just want to say that I think that looking at all of this, and I know there is risk, I know there's risk to all of us in every situation, but we are still here because we care about our community, and we're here. I've lived in San Dimas for almost 33 years. I raised my girls here. They went to the schools here. I work in the schools. I work for Scholl. It's a great community. I can't even imagine having raised my family or lived in another place that is as wonderful as San Dimas. But I think we're kind of missing out. We've always not had a place to go and gather, really. We have downtown. I live right downtown. I live in one of the old houses downtown, over 115 years old. And we walk everywhere, and we have people that we meet and greet. And I just think if we don't go forward with something like this, like other people have said, I think we're really missing out on a great opportunity. They have proven track record in other communities. I've visited lots of the projects that they've done, and there's those spaces where we could gather, because what does everybody always say after 5 o'clock? What do you do in San Dimas? You go somewhere else to the movies. You go somewhere else to eat dinner. We don't have a good place to gather. A lot of the things that our family loved growing up, and our neighbors, was Western Days and all these events we used to have that would bring us all together. We've lost a lot of that. This would be so great because, like people said, it's kind of going to be like the new heart of our town, and it will revitalize the downtown, so it's not just a few little shops and a lot of hair shops or whatever. It would really bring a wonderful core to our town. It will bring people from outside, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that want to come and stay in that hotel. And I know my family, when they come to town, would want to stay in that hotel. And maybe it's pricey, but we've got plenty of the ones that are not. That doesn't mean that if it's pricey, it's not going to do well. It's going to be something that is not available around. It's going to help bring people to our town. And maybe some people, when I moved in, I had people across the street that had lived here their whole lives in that same house. They were in their 90s, and I know, I love that about our town, that we have this history and we have people that have lived here for long periods of time. But we also have so many young families coming in. I see that in the school when I work. I work with kindergartners, and I see these new families coming in, and we need something for our community that will have a place where we can gather, that's safe, that we can walk to, that we can meet friends there, that we can have something to eat, we can enjoy some music, we can find other options for food, all these things. Something that we can be super proud of. And so I just want to say I've been here since the beginning, and I'm not an eloquent speaker like everyone else, but I just want to say from my heart, I fully support this project, and I would hate to see if this doesn't go through what we're going to end up with instead. I think it would be a super missed opportunity for our town.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and everybody else. My name is Corey Pope. My wife, Sarah, and I moved here about a year and a half ago. And we bought a 7-year-old home, so to echo sentiment about looking forward to becoming a very long-standing member in this community, really would like to see the success of this project, and would really also like to commend, as many other people have said, this, the undying commitment that the PSQ group, along with all their development design partners, and the money that they've invested already in this process, because they really are the kind of anti-developer. I took a look at Michael Deaton's website through this presentation, and he really stands for community building, being a part of the community, ingratiating himself in that community as well. So I really look forward to the success of this project. I hope everybody can get their ducks in a row in this next 60 days. And 2 to 3 years coming forward with the entitlement process and construction. So again, would really like to express my support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this project? Anyone wishing to speak against this project?
Hopefully I'll get out of here alive. I'm actually not necessarily against this project. I'm for the city. And the city has done a lot of projects over the years, and some of them you can all look at and you can go, well, we kind of did some things wrong. The rail station, for one. It's mixed use with retail property and residential above it. And the parking is horrid. You can't run a business there. Their occupancy is terrible. And this project, when it started, the original parking number was 740 spaces. And I know that every parking space is a lot of money. And it's now pared down to around half that. They talk about, you're talking about the parking spaces for the residents, and you're talking about parking spaces for the hotel. What about all these people that are going to come to downtown to visit this place? Where are they supposed to park? Because, if you can't park, oh, wait a second, we can't park in downtown now, and now we're going to add to it. I think the project it would be really, really neat, but it's not going to be neat if you can't find a place to park. And the numbers of parking spaces change, and again, that has to do with it's dollars. They've already invested $600,000, and every parking space, I don't know what it is, but they know what that number is, and it's a lot, and I understand that. I do. The other concerns, and I'm bringing this up because I want there to be some discussion about, it's not just we're going to have this parking problem, okay, we've got it fixed, and then we build it, and then we've got the same parking problems that we have in these other projects that have gone up in the city. So ignoring, saying we've got a parking problem and then doing nothing about it is insanity. I don't think that they've addressed the retail. Where's the people supposed to park that don't live there and aren't staying in the hotel? Because that I haven't seen that in the presentation. The other is that parking, is the hotel parking that's going to be making $225 a night, is that include parking, or are they going to charge extra for parking? If they're going to use retail parking down below, are they going to be charging for that parking? Because if they're charging for that parking, there's a lot of people that are going to go park elsewhere in all of the other places that we don't have parking for. The other question that I have is on the condos and the townhouses. Is there any restriction? Are these going to be owner-occupied units? Are these going to become B&B, Airbnbs? What's, is anybody looking at this? Because that becomes a nightmare on top of that. That's about it on my mess. I actually support the project, but I want to hear I want to know what the problems are beforehand. I don't want you to build it and then go, yeah, well, that was the old city council's problem. Now we get to deal with it. That's what we have in some of these other constructions is, well, that was what the other city council did. We can't fix it now because it's already been built. Once we sell it, once we've built it, we're stuck with it. And let's not make it I'm going to say this, and some people who know me, let's not make it another Walker House. Let's do it right from the beginning. Please. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this matter or speak against this matter? We'll bring it back to the council for questions.
Mr. Mayor, if we can allow the Pioneer Square team to be able to close.
Michael? Mr. Deaton, would you like to close up and answer to any of the questions that have come up? I don't think there were many questions, but except for the last person.
Right, and I reached out to that gentleman and gave my card and expressed I'd like to get together with him and we'll explain the entire parking program. Just to answer his question, there's parking for the hotel, there's parking for the residential, and there's parking for all of the retail, and I believe it's totally per code. But he has concerns and we have an obligation to address those, and so I will reach out to him.
Super. I have one question about the parking. Okay. We're talking 60 condos, and we're assuming that most of these folks will have 2 cars. That's why we're having the tandem parking. Okay. But there are 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and lofts. Okay. If I go up to Villa Verde or I go to downtown, the downtown corridor there, I see people with more than, family. They have families. They have kids that are graduating. The kids are going to school. They grow up, be 16. They get cars. What is going to prevent a family that buys a 3-bedroom place whose kids grow up and end up getting a car, so mom and dad each drive a car. Now their son or daughter, they drive a car, or two. Where are they going to park those cars? Are they going to, in that retail area? So now that retail area becomes essentially residential parking. How are we going to resolve that? Because I don't have the spaces along the curb enough to get it, and certainly going to end up with parking over in Pioneer Park, and that's going to create another problem. So I am conflicted on the parking issue.
Right, totally understandable, Mr. Mayor. I think that that a project like this is probably going to attract kind of a younger demographic, and some people will be attracted to living at PSQ and probably give up a car and only have 1 car because they'll be able to ride the metro and they'll bike and they'll walk. That's really the purpose of this. This is a transit-oriented development. If if all of a sudden somebody comes in and they have 3 teenagers and they all have want hot rods, this probably isn't the place for them. They probably ought to be in a single-family neighborhood with a 3-car garage and then ability to park in the driveway. We can't address every demographic, but I think that you're going to find that with a well-managed garage of this size, that we'll be able to even during peak holiday hours, special events, and 4th of July, and those sorts of things, that we'll be able to handle it. And there'll be times when the parking will be managed, and so we'll be able to fit more cars in than just the number of spaces. So that's the way that it's designed.
Super. Thank you. I probably have a few more questions, but I'm going to let the council. Okay.
On the parking question, somewhat related, but in previous iterations of the project that we've seen, I think we were looking at basically a partially underground single-level parking garage where it's somewhat subterranean, but a little bit above as well.
Right.
How did we get to the 2-level parking as far as affordability goes? Because I knew that was a big sticking point up until this current iteration that we're...
because we changed that because we were not satisfied, and I think the council was not satisfied and the community was not satisfied about how that looked, especially from the park view. Mm-hmm. And so we redesigned, and we brought all the parking down so it's subterranean, and the housing is all at grade, and it's a much more sensitive scale than that other previous plan. That's what we've tried many different formulas here, some of which we've never shown you, but that was one of them, and it really didn't pass our standards. I don't think it passed your standards, and it wasn't appropriate.
Any other questions?
Mr. Deaton, I wondered if you could speak a little bit about your confidence in securing financing for the project, given the potential change in economic climate. If you could expand a bit on your strategy and ensuring that even with the rise in interest rates, you'll still ensure that the project will be viable?
Yes, good question. As all of you know, these are extremely volatile times, and with the Ukraine situation and the supply chain being interrupted, the inflation driving interest rates up is all very problematic. The reason why Jerry and I teamed with Republic Metropolitan, is because they have the relationships with national and international markets, funding sources. And so we feel quite secure about that with them, that they have access to the equity, and the way that we set it up, Jerry and I contribute our percentages, and then they carry the rest of it. So hopefully things level out over the next 12 to 18 months, because we're going to be going through entitlements with you for most of next year. And then, we can't predict. There's also an election in a few weeks, and we don't know what the impact of that's going to be. So again, we're risk-taking developers, and we're willing to risk that because we think that this opportunity is extremely valuable. The site location, your city, the quality of the schools, the low crime rate. Everything about it is just very, very attractive, and you don't find 4 acres in a downtown area of a small, beautiful city like this very often. So we think capital markets will be very attracted to it, and that minimizes the risk.
Any further questions?
One, I just want to say thank you for all your efforts on this. It's been a long journey, so I know you've put, and your team's put a lot of work into this. Knowing that the product, at least the residential product, is going to be market rate, what's your estimate now for what your starting price would be on your market rate units?
I'm going to have to ask my colleague here. What are we looking at?
It varies between low 500,000s to about 800.
Okay, thank you.
It probably was not caught on the microphone, so for the record, it's from low 500s to 800.
Anything further?
On, I guess one further question. On the new proposals, I guess I'm frustrated is probably not the greatest word to describe it, but it's somewhat there. I would much prefer to be looking at those new updated iterations of the project in relation to this DDA. But being that they haven't been vetted out, I'm having a hard time, even considering them, in that they could just be an attractive way for us as the council to say, yeah, sure, those projects look nice, but at the end of the day, they're not financially viable. And I'm not saying that you guys would do this to us, but I'm sure there's a developer somewhere that could put something like that in front of us with no intention of ever building it, just as a way to get us to bite off on the next step of the process. So I guess the viability of the project was very hinged on the increase in the number of units previously. And then when we dial it back to 60 or 65?
Well, we have a high of 97 and a low of 60.
What is the probability of 60 units actually penciling out and making the project viable, especially in light of two-level parking, which was previously a cost-prohibitive item?
Well, we'll be going through a very strenuous due diligence and design exercise with Republic Met on that, and then we'll be back to you. And also note again that you will be making the decision on the entitlements after next year. So you're not really voting on a project tonight, you're voting on a DDA, and then you'll be, as will the community and the neighbors, be very involved in the process of when we take these, which are just merely conceptual plans, and turn those into schematic drawings that are extremely detailed, and we're able to cost those at a very finite rate. And then you'll see all the floor plans and the window quality and the door quality and the whole thing. So you'll get plenty of opportunity to do that. I think my partner wants to talk because I've been talking all night.
Councilman, hi, Jerry Tessier. Can I address that? So the only difference between the 90 and the 67 is the number of housing units and the parking. So the 60 unit, and Michael went really quickly through the cross sections, eliminates the second subterranean level, right? So there's tuck under and one level. So that's the interplay between the cost of parking. Everyone knows parking costs a lot, and the number of residential units. So that was the balance we need to strike, and we will strike it, but you'll notice there was no difference in the public space, the hotel, the commercial aspect of the project.
Gotcha, okay. So it sounds like the trade-off was the second level of the subterranean
Exactly, yep. Yeah, every level you go down is more costly per space. So.
Gotcha.
And I wanted to make one comment briefly, just general if I could. I've done 10-ish DDAs in my career. I started in my early 20s, kind of early, with counties and cities all basically in the greater area around San Dimas. I've never once had a financing commitment, a construction loan commitment, a advance commitment from a tenant or an operator in every single one of those instances. It really is like, this is kind of the start. I know we've been doing this for 6 years or 2 years, but I mean, this is kind of the start of all that process. The big difference, of course, is in all those instances, we haven't had the noose of the SLA, right? You know, we basically, the typical DDA deal, you process a lot, and then the close typically would happen once you have entitlements or you have evidence of financing. And that's the rub here, and I know that's the rub for a lot of you, is that we don't have a lot of these things prior to the close. We're taking a big leap of faith closing on this property without entitlements. That's not what typically developers do, unless you're, you know, developing already entitled industrial land or something, or, you know, where you have that kind of that certainty, especially property that's not yet zoned for what we're proposing. It's a big leap of faith for us. We realize it's a leap of faith for you to do something that's not typical in, you know, our careers of doing this and having redevelopment and doing public-private deals. But that's been our experience. You asked, you know, Councilmember Nakano, you asked, you know, what's your confidence and the only thing I can share with you is that's been my experience in 25 years and doing about 10 public deals. They've all gone through eventually. I had one take 12 years. You know, I got interrupted by the Great Recession, right? You know, this time, even this process, we've been interrupted by COVID and the pandemic and all sorts of stuff. So we're here, we're persistent, we like the project. I think you like the project. We think staff does, we know the community does. It's time to take that step forward. Thank you.
I might ask you, and I appreciate your candor, if we're to assess risk, and keep in mind, I'm a guy that goes to Vegas and I don't gamble. If we were to assess risk, then your two partners, especially, Remet, he's not committed. I mean, you sound like you're dating, but you're not engaged, and you're definitely not married. So when we're sitting here and we're listening to this, and your other partner either, you know, both in non-binding agreements, admittedly, I'm going to tell you, I lack confidence in that right now. I see you two committed. I don't see these partners committed. And the other issue I have is that as it relates to the finances for this, which was a huge part of what the city's interest was, not just this council, but the council before, that is very significant to this city. And I guess the question before the council tonight really is whether or not this project is the best use of that land in the public interest or not. Because there are other factors, as we've talked about tonight, both as it relates to housing and SLA and everything else. So I wonder if you can comment on that, you know, I just heard you speak to that a little bit, but, you know, I would feel better if you had came here tonight with your two other partners saying, hey, yeah, we're in, we believe in this, and we're ready to rock and roll. But instead, it was a little bit more, you know, we're assessing, and I understand the risk, and I understand where the market is. So that's where I'm concerned about this project tonight, to be candid with you.
Yeah, I appreciate your candor. It's not atypical for a project at this stage to not have commitments from financial partners or operating partners or sub-partners who are doing like a hotel component. We have another large-scale project that we're working on with CHA, Artico, and Remet, and we're about at the same stage, and we're in the same situation. We have a hotel proposal there. It's a much, much larger deal. We're not expecting to get commitments on those for 6 months or a year. We're talking to different hotel operators and a variety of hotel operators. Call me when you have entitlements. and that's a project that needs rezoning. I mean, it's much like this. It'll take at least a year to get rezoned. Doesn't mean that we don't involve them in the project, get their feedback on it, get them to be involved in the design of it, just like we've done here. But it's unrealistic to expect those firm commitments. We wish we could give it to you before closing, but like I said, I mean, in doing this about 10 times in 25 years, typically we'd be getting the approval tonight, and we'd be marching forward and doing entitlements for a year and locking in at least the equity, closing the entitlements. 6 months later, we got our construction loan, we give you our evidence of financing, and then we close on the property. And that would be our preference too, so we're not coming out of pocket and doing the interest carry burn on, the purchase of the land. It's not typical to be at this stage of the game and be giving you a binding agreement with Zislis as a development partner and operator of that hotel. Remet is a large company. They're a large national company. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. They have a process that we need to go through for their finance team and owner to eventually be able to sign off and actually execute that. And again, they typically don't do that until we're much farther along in the process. Definitely needing binding and executing agreements with the property. Site control is the number one thing. A lot of times they look for entitlements too. So this is also a leap of faith for them to say, okay, we're going to have site control with the approval of the DDA and ultimate closing of the property, but we won't have entitlements for another year. So those are just the cards we have in front of us, given the kind of the challenging times we have now, which makes these issues all the more sensitive for hotel developers and for finance partners like Remet.
In some of the redesign or the reiterations of the project, it went from, and I heard Michael talk a little bit about fine dining being incorporated into the project, and yet it went to very much communal hall oriented type of space. So where does fine dining fit into this as it relates to the overall project, and how do you envision that working? And I say that, and I preface that to say that understanding that there's this agreement that if this hotel falls through, that the city gets $12 million max, which I figure is 17 years of TOT at a $700,000 number, which, to be honest, in my experience, a developer will just cut the check when the project's done and walk away from this. And the city is looking for that TOT as a lasting source of revenue to offset rising costs for a time when revenues are flat for cities, especially our city. So, this is very important to the city, and, riding on ice with a hotel right now makes me a lot more concerned, because that is important to the sustainability of services for our community.
I can assure you there's not enough profit in just the residential and the commercial to be able to write a check at the end of that and make money and be happy about it. There's not. So I really don't see that as a likely scenario. As far as your question on the fine dining and food hall, the communal dining food hall has actually been in the concept since day one. And I actually read through our original RFP when we referenced, local partners in Cassell's and local coffee shop mantra from Azusa, come with the people that we were talking to, no interest, no binding interest, just these are the type of businesses we'll bring. And we weren't specific to say food hall, but food hall was already in there. We had a little building that was like, that's big enough for a small scale food hall, where we would incorporate coffee and burgers and other kinds of use. We always envisioned a mix of food hall and fine dining. Fine dining is challenging right now. Food halls are a better model for startup businesses. We heard the community very much say they wanted local independent businesses, not chains and not franchises. It's expensive to start a restaurant. So, and fine dining is people are going away from waitress served, waiter and waitress served, white tablecloth dining. There's not many successful examples in this area, especially ones that are newly started or newly opened in the last few years. So I mean, I do see a restaurant, a standalone fine dining restaurant at this location. I also see a food hall and a communal hall location. We're just started construction on our third food hall in downtown Redlands a few months ago. We're actually incorporating some reserved seating areas where there's one of the restaurants in there. You can actually get a table. You can call ahead and have a reservation, and that's a component we've seen being mixed into food halls, so they're not just food courts where you walk up and order your food. So I think the mix is important. I mean, we've found that we definitely need to kind of have both components: the walk-up service, the mobile app service, the delivery service, and the dining service, the table side service. You have to get all these revenue sources to be a successful restaurant.
Thank you.
You talk about the restaurants. Okay, that's, as far as I'm hearing, is the restaurants come with the hotel. Okay, so that if we don't get the hotel in a reasonable amount of time, we don't get the restaurants. And I can tell you right now, there's somebody sitting in this audience right now who said, I don't care, but we need a bar, and period. And he's sitting right out there. So that was a big deal, is these restaurants. And the restaurants have to come with the hotel. I just, I don't know where else you put them unless you come up with, a standalone building like you said, or something like that. So, that is a concern.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, so
Yes.
there are, bar and restaurant will be a component in the hotel, both at lobby adjacent and also a rooftop. But there will be additional restaurant and food spaces in the development. So we have north of 25,000 square feet of commercial space. Typically, food uses are anywhere from 50 to 70% of new retail commercial developments. So you're looking at ballparking 15,000 square feet of restaurant and food spaces. We see the food hall being somewhere in the range of 8 to 10,000 square feet, so you probably have somewhere between 5 and 7,000 square feet for commercial restaurants. The average commercial restaurant for a small format like local independent operator is probably in the 3 to 25 to 4,000 square foot range. You all familiar with the Claremont Packing House? Like, there's the most successful restaurants in the area and even downtown are in the Packing House. Eureka Burger, Gus's Barbecue, Whisper House. Eureka Burger's in 3,000 square feet. Gus's is in 3,500 square feet. So the model is just not there unless you're an Applebee's or a Chili's, and if that's what you want, tell me now, to have a 10,000 square foot restaurant, a yard house. I mean, yard houses are nice. I don't necessarily like Applebee's, but we're not going to get a yard house. So I see what will work in San Dimas is something a la Eureka or a la Gus's Barbecue. I have 45-ish restaurant tenants in my properties in various locations. We're building out another 18, and they're all in this general area, although one project's in Temecula. I kind of know what I'm talking about when it comes to how do we find and curate a mix of restaurants, retail, sit down, fancy, not fancy, family friendly, open late at night for drinks. You need something at 6 a.m. for the coffee crowd and the bicycling crowd. You need something at 2 a.m., maybe 1 a.m. You might want to close a little earlier, for the late night cocktail crowd. That's what we've done in downtown Claremont. I think we can do it in downtown San Dimas.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, probably about parking. As you know, that to me, that's a big problem, and I respect the residents that said, parking is, I live there, I'll be able to accept it and stuff. But I've also received several phone calls in the last 48 hours talking about parking issues from that very area. So that is a concern of mine. So what happens? You're going to put in 60 to 97, okay? Somewhere in that mix, somebody's going to have, or several people are going to have, larger vehicles, higher vehicles, whatever. Where are those people going to go other than out on the city street or in front of somebody's house, in the parking structure? I can't tell you. We all see trucks going down the street higher than the Empire State Building. You know, so where are those people going to park other than in the city parking lot behind Roadies or somewhere else? What do we think about that?
So you're talking about like high clearance vehicles,
Yes.
like if someone has a monster truck or a Sprinter van or something. That's a good question. They're not going to be able to park in the parking structure. I mean, it's like people are going to be purchasing. Of course, you can end up. People are not going to purchase a vehicle like that if they already own a condo there or a townhome there. Will that prevent them a bit from, will that limit our pool of buyers because we don't offer that kind of parking? Probably. But I think we're looking, I mean, Michael references like, you know, we'll have a demographic of buyer that does not have 4 cars, that does not have, 3 teenagers who they're expecting to drive. I mean, there's a bit of a self-selection process in the type of residences we're going to have. They won't be allowed to park in the retail parking. There'll be parking controls. You know, we won't allow overnight parking in the retail spaces, for instance, unless you call a certain number. If you happen to drink a little bit too much at the hotel bar, you know, it's like you can leave it there and take an Uber home. Like you have to allow for things like that. But we'll have parking management on site always to make sure that residential is not impeding on retail parking. I don't have a good answer for whether or not someone would buy a Sprinter van and end up parking it on the street like day and night. I mean, I'm not sure who would do that or think that their car would be safe enough. Not saying that San Dimas is unsafe, but cars are stolen in Beverly Hills. So I don't anticipate that problem happening a lot.
Okay, then where will guests park when they're visiting a resident there?
So guest parking would be, the retail parking is shared parking, right? So obviously, you know, you will be able to park overnight if you're a guest. There'll be a system, usually now everything's app-based, where you can register guests and they'll be allowed to park. And nighttime parking enforcement, private, not city, you know, would obviously check that who's parked there at night.
Super. All right. As you can very well imagine, parking is a huge issue. I can remember saying 7 years ago, I could only hope for a parking problem in San Dimas, and unfortunately, that's come true. I mean, I went to Roadies today to have breakfast, and I parked down by CVS, so it's quite a distance.
Wow.
Let me try and address your concern because we've been involved in several of these type of projects before, and you know, people come to, you know, we'll have an open house, you know, for prospective buyers, and people will say, well, what are you going to do about the train noise? Or I have an SUV and I want to park it in your garage, or my kids are going to come and they have 3 cars. And I simply tell them, you know what, this isn't for you. Yeah, it's just not. You know, this is kind of a special, it's an urban infill, it's next to transit, and you know, you're going to have 2 parking spaces, that's it. No, you can't park any kind of vehicles in people's neighborhood, or we're going to move to fine you. You know, we have to regulate, that kind of behavior. You know, they'll be very strict CC&Rs about parking, guest parking, what's allowed, what's not allowed. It will be tightly controlled, and this is a particularly sensitive neighborhood, so we're going to have to, you know, be totally on top of it.
Super, thank you. I want to get off the parking issue for a bit. I have to be honest, I thought, or I was hoping to see a more locked up DDA. I actually was thinking a lot of the questions that have come up about the financing and about a lot of different issues that I felt that a DDA is supposed to cover, or at least it's been explained to me. I feel like there's, you know, many holes in it. It's not as sewed up as I would have liked to agreed. I believe 100% that in my heart that you will deliver what you say you're going to deliver. But I have problems in my mind with it telling me that how people react. And we're doing a lot of real good faith stuff if we're talking about this. What I don't like is not having a good signed DDA comprehensive, okay, and then selling off the property and losing control, and then you guys, come back. When we're talking 60 to 97, you and I both know, excuse me, I'm sure you don't believe it, but I have a concern that we're going to look north of 60, maybe a little south of 97, and we're going to end up still with a project that's fairly large. I just see, I've seen this before. You started at 40, and then we started talking about this doesn't pencil out. Then we went to 100, and then then we dropped down to 97, and it doesn't pencil out. So now at the last moment, before this comes before us, a week ago, it comes back to 60. And if it didn't pencil out at 40 and it didn't pencil out at 97, or it had to, how do we pencil it back out at 60?
Well, what I explained, Mr. Mayor, before was that we want to have the range of the 97 to the 60. And when we get into schematic drawings, then we'll be able to dial it down or up or whatever and come up with a figure. And again, you're going to have a say in that when we go through entitlements. You're going to see the design, you're going to see the floor plans, how many bedrooms, and how many parking spaces we have laid out. It's all going to be there. And then when we get to that level, that's when we're really able to cost this right down to the penny. And if you approve us tonight, I can rest assure you that we'll get a call from Kevin Roberts first thing in the morning and say, okay, you got the DDA, so we're going to work on our due diligence, and so we need boom, 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 boom. They're incredibly rigorous on their due diligence, and so we'll be working full time to satisfy their requirements. The other thing, Councilman Vienna, about the Zislis group, he has had an interest in this for 6 years. He was with me on the first round, and now he's with me the second round. We have a signed agreement with him. Is it a totally binding where I can sue him if he drops out? No, but it will be when we get the same level of due diligence that we're going to have to do with REMAT, because he has to know exactly what this thing is going to cost, and that's going to make sense and allow him to gain the financing also. So we'll get there, but we have a great hotel guy that we have total confidence in. He's very committed to this particular project. He likes the demographics here, and there's a vacuum in the market for that type of a product. And so that's why he's attracted to it. And REMAT is very anxious to do multiple projects with us. They believe that this is a little small for them, but they're going to do it, and hopefully that there'll be other projects in the neighborhood that we will pursue as well with them.
Mr. Dean, out of all the stuff you're proposing for that site, which aspect of it yields the highest return for you? Is it residential, commercial, the hotel?
I think the hotel is going to be very lucrative.
But I mean, in terms of cost recovery on your end of it, I mean, residential obviously must offset some costs.
The residential is extremely valuable as well. Jerry will be in charge of all the retail, the restaurants, all of that. And that's the most challenging.
What's to...
No, retail is the most challenging.
Okay, so what's to preclude the city disposes property. We've covered the fact that, one of the risks to the city, obviously, is kind of the cart before the horse, given the timeline of all of this with entitlements and everything else and zoning. So what's to preclude you, if you were in our position, we go ahead and we move forward with this tonight, perhaps, and then, look at it and, the hotel, it doesn't shake out. He does his due diligence and says, hey, after second thought, I don't think this is going to work. And then you decide, after we've essentially relinquished control of the property, to say, well, I'm just going to go ahead and stack it and pack it with more residential. I mean, at that point, we end up with, and this is where I struggle with this a little bit, is when we're sitting here dealing with housing and affordability and all these other things that the city has to deal with right now, that I could foresee a situation like that where you don't end up securing the financing for the hotel, and then it just pencils out for residential, at market rate residential, and we still end up with all these challenges that the mayor and my colleagues have brought up as it relates to parking and these issues that are going to further compact what's going on there with the increased density. So, what say you to that, I guess?
We would replace this list. If for some other reason his due diligence didn't pan out, we would replace him.
I thought he was irreplaceable.
You would what now?
What's that?
Is he irreplaceable, I thought.
Well, no, there are other people. Jerry's been in charge of the hospitality component over at University Village in Redlands, and he's lined up several high-quality entrepreneurial boutique-type of hospitality developers. So Zislis isn't the only game in town. He's just someone that we have experience with. We've been successful with him before. He likes this. He's a great guy to work with. He's fun, and we like him. But he's not irreplaceable. He's not the only person in the marketplace that can do this hotel.
Yeah, and I should be clear, that's not a knock on him, and I think he has great product, and I've looked at what he's done, and I appreciate you guys bringing him to the table. But I think the reality is we have to be fiscally prudent with what's going on with this project, and it's pretty significant.
And to further address your question, it would be dishonest of us to pull something like that on you. And we would, I hope that you trust us enough that we would never do something like that, to do a stunt like that.
I understand, but as Emmett said, in our experience up here, sometimes things happen for a lot of different reasons, right?
True, yeah. Do you want to talk about it? Huh? Yeah. Oh, okay, this is Andy, by the way, from the Piper Law Firm. And the combination of Andy and Fred, they together came up with the solution, because we had run out of room to do a full-blown EIR and then be able to do the DDA and then close on the land before the end of the year. And so it was the Piper Law Firm that came up with this concept, and that's why we're still here today. If it wasn't for that, we would be goners. So.
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, honorable members of the council. Andrew Brady from the DLA Piper Firm. And I will say that, one thing I want to say is your team did a really good job negotiating this. And I know because after having to negotiate with them, I felt almost like physical pain at the end of it. And they did get some of the key things they got are under the contract, under that DDA, we could not turn around later and try to sort of force the city to accept an alternative. We have a covenant that requires the hotel. We have $12 million financial commitment that requires the hotel. And then the city has the option to repurchase the property if it doesn't get a hotel. And again, I think it was accurately represented, and I don't mean to tell you that any of these things are certainties, but there are substantial commitments that this team is making to deliver this hotel, because this hotel is an integral part of this project. And those obligations are very real, and they're put in place because this is a project this is an essential component of the project. We understand it's important for the community. So, and your team did a great job really holding us to our feet to the fire to ensure that that hotel is delivered as part of this project. There's real consequences, and the city has real leverage to ensure that it happens, including, you can withhold certificates of occupancy for the resi and for the retail if there's not a hotel under construction. That's substantial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. We're going to have to take a 5-minute recess here. We've lost Councilman Eric, dang it, McConnell. He has to take an emergency phone call. So if you take 5 minutes, because he has to be in the room do the public hearing.
we own the property.
come back to order. All right, we'll come back to to session and continue with the public hearing. Mr. Deaton, you and your people finished, or you have anything else you'd like to say concerning this matter before we close the public hearing? Are you still awake?
Say that one more time, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say before I close the public hearing?
Do you want to explain this? Yeah. Okay. Yes, we do.
Thank you.
This is Andrew Brady on behalf of the project applicant. I think we've heard the council's concerns. Particularly, it seems like one of the big issues is some uncertainty around having the development team fully together. And I think we've heard that concern. We do have an idea we'd like to propose to hopefully address that concern. And that idea would be, as presented by City Attorney Mr. Galante earlier, the TOT covenant that is an attachment to the development agreement has a repurchase option for the city some years down the line, maybe 5 years, 6 years, depending on whether TOT payments are paid or not, and we understand that's a long ways away. So what we'd propose to work into the deal is a provision that would provide, basically, that take that repurchase option and move it up to 9 months from closing, on the condition that we come with a development team that the city approves of, with full financial commitments in 9 months. And if we don't get that, that triggers that same repurchase option that's years down the line within 9 months of closing. And that would provide the city the opportunity to repurchase the property at the purchase price minus the city's deal costs to make the city whole, and offer the property back to the city at an earlier date to give some more security around certainty around having the team that the city wants to see in place. So we would offer that up as a provision of the DDA for your consideration. We'd probably put it we'd put it into the TOT covenant. I think we'd work out where it goes. It would go somewhere. It would be binding. That would be an additional term to sort of address this concern that you've raised.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Anything?
I guess for my hang up is not quite as large as others, I suppose. It does concern me a little bit that the parking is somewhat an issue. I appreciate that we've gotten to a point where theoretically in these new iterations that there's it looks like 35-ish more spaces. Hopefully maybe a reduction in the number of units, housing units. I think that helps, specifically getting everything down to grade level. I think that also helps. It's getting more toward what the community voiced as, what they were looking for, I suppose. When we started getting towards the 70-foot mark on the development, I was definitely out at that point. But as we've moved forward, I think there's, especially in these two new iterations, there's some promise there. I guess to a question for city staff, the repurchase option, is that something that is viable for the city moving forward as far as financially?
Fred?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think your question was financial, so I would defer to your city manager, but it is a good question because the repurchase would come out of city dollars as opposed to successor agency dollars.
Yeah, let me speak to that. I think the time frame of going to 9 months where not much development would occur would mean it's still existing property in the condition it is right now. So that's a plus. But it would be the city committing to purchasing that with non-successor agency type of funding. So you'd be effectively agreeing that somewhere down the line to have that security, we're committing those funds to purchase. I don't have an issue with that. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that in terms of the security. It's a stronger security than what's currently in the agreement.
And I was going to have a follow-up question, but I think you answered that as well. That is, it provides us more security than we had before, and
correct. I think when I was discussing this in the pre-public hearing part of it, the concern with the purchase option, assuming we're down the development line, they don't make the TOT payments or fail to make the TOT payments, and we try to execute a purchase back. I mean, if you have a half-constructed project, taking it back for the price we sold it for, we're going to spend more money in terms of trying to deconstruct or do anything like that if we're left doing that. And so here, I think what they're presenting is some level of security that if we want to make sure that the deal is in place with the folks with the money and all the resources and expertise, okay, that's really important. The trigger point, if we can't get to that, which would be, I think the question we'd have to ask the team, what does that mean for the entitlement process after it's conveyed, would mean if we can't get to that mark in that 9 months, we'll just reset it back, but the city is making the decision to acquire the property at that time, where if we did not convey the property, we would not be required to purchase it. And so the general fund would not be out the $2.6 million. And so if this deal doesn't go through, the requirements on our long-term property management plan do not have a time limit as to when we have to convey the properties. We just have to work diligently towards conveying the properties. And so that's the distinction. If you take this approach, you are actually actively saying we're going to potentially acquire that property at that 9-month period.
Okay, thanks.
And does that take us out of the SLA situation? Because if what I'm understanding, that if we say no tonight or no next week or whenever it is, and that if we're not going to go with the agreement, but we pursue the property as a public use and enlarging the park, a parking structure or whatever it is, we don't have to worry about the Land Act.
If we're acquiring the property for our use, the Surplus Land Act would not apply. But as soon as we terminate the exclusive negotiating arrangement that we have with PSQ right now in any eventuality, the Surplus Land Act would apply, whether it occurs today or it occurs 9 months from now. So if we at any point in time want to acquire it and then transact it with somebody else, we would be right back in the SLA process. The only opportunity you have to be outside of that is in your arrangement right now, and if it's completed prior to December 31st.
And if I may add to that, Mayor, yes, the Surplus Lands Act, as your city manager explained, really is only triggered when you try to sell the property, and if you do that after December 31st. I will say, just going back to the earlier question, this offer that the developer just provided to expedite the repurchase offer does give you a lot more leverage in the deal. Granted, you're trading general fund dollars for successor agency dollars, but you do have a lot of control over the ultimate use of that property if that deal doesn't come together.
Jeff?
I would also add, to clarify, Mayor, on your question, that if the city doesn't do the DDA tonight and December 31st passes or December 31st doesn't pass, if the successor agency sells the property to another public agency for a public use, then we do not have to go through the Surplus Land Act process.
We do not have to do what?
If the successor agency sells the property to another public agency for a public use, like you gave an example of a park, that we would not have to go through the Surplus Land Act process before that transaction takes place.
So we could purchase the city from the successor agency.
The city could purchase
Yeah.
the property from the successor agency.
Right, and expand the parking or whatever we decided to use for public use. Okay.
And let me just add, because I know this was just been proposed. I would not be supportive of you taking an action tonight to approve this, integrating that change without us analyzing the implications of it.
Understand.
2.6 million out of the general fund is not a small dollar amount. And so what we're effectively saying, where before, if the deal falls apart, the city still has control over that property, albeit under the successor agency, making a decision tonight to make the security that repurchase when on the deal point of not having the upfront financing, which is a very fundamental piece of the whole entire deal, just to seal a deal is a lot more significant than we seal the deal, we're comfortable with it, and then 5 years down the road, we ran into a problem and we wanted to execute that option. So that's a pretty significant policy shift that we're going to make, and I don't want to just do it with a snap judgment right now just because it was proposed.
All right. Eric, do you have anything?
No comment or question.
Pardon me?
No comment or question.
Okay. I would propose that we do a 2-week continuance of this matter so that the staff, as well as our attorneys, can meet with Mr. Deaton and those people and his team and Cosmont and figure out exactly what where we're going. There is concern. I have a concern, and I know others have concerns about the fact, and I know that Mr. Tassier talked about the banking situation, the financing situation, but there is concern about having that solidified and where this is going. So I think that this gives you opportunity to work towards some kind of an understanding of where we see what's going on. And I'm looking at around, and we're not sure. Would anybody else be willing to continue this?
I do. I will, but I have other comments when you're done.
Okay. Everybody okay? Do we need a vote?
Mayor, I have other instructions or comments on this before we do that.
Okay.
I think that tonight illustrates something that's taken a very long time to get to, and I appreciate all the work that's been done with this. But the introduction of other options without analysis as we started the evening tonight is concerning to me. Our consultant hasn't had the opportunity to bear that out at all and do any analysis, nor has the staff. Earlier, Chris talked about there's a great deal of ambiguity in this for the city, and there still is. And I think that, it's funny when you sit up here and we kind of get into the weeds on this stuff, especially on a long meeting, and then at some point you almost feel compelled to take some sort of action, which is what we're going to end up doing anyways. But I'd be remiss not to point out that there's a number of risks associated with this for the city. And the transit occupancy tax is where we started with this, which was huge. And ironically, being the council member that pushed against the Fairfield project to be able to do this, I would vote no on this project tonight. And the reason is because I won't sell out the community for the project. And what I mean by that is that this project has been over-densified, and it went from a 40-unit residential project with commercial use, restaurants, and a lot of very attractive things that was spot on in the beginning, 100% spot on. But then it grew legs, and it just kept growing. And then we got up to 100 units. And as we're talking about that, we start looking at what's going on with parking. And, it's great to hear the community, and the community did organize behind it, and that's awesome. And that's been fantastic. You've been engaging a segment of the community. But when you sit here and you look at what's going on overall with our downtown, and you look at this project and how that integrates to that, I do agree that with your assessment that it will attract a demographic of people who probably are not going to have large vehicles, and they're probably going to have to be pretty niche in terms of what you're looking for to be successful in that place. But I find myself wondering at some point going, okay, people, when I went out and I spoke with people and you're listening to what people want, they want the restaurants. They want to not have to travel to Laverne and Glendora and everywhere else that they go to do that. And I frequent the Packing House with my wife all the time. We go to Gus's all the time. Their nachos are fantastic. I need to stop eating them. But nevertheless, we really do look at all of that. And I think the problem is that the state continues to push legislation upon cities, eroding local control, and we have affordable housing needs in this community. And when I sit here and I look at up to 97 housing units, and I look at a questionable non-committal hotel partner, and I look at tonight some other questionable areas as it relates to the finances, I have to ask myself, well, am I doing the right thing with this in terms of this project with market rate housing with 97 units, or could I put a huge dent in the RENA numbers for this city and achieve actual housing numbers that this city needs? In which case, if it went to Surplus Land Act, I probably wouldn't even have a problem with it because it's a different objective, because it's a different goal. So when you look at what's happening with this project, it's not my preference to go down that path, but it is to find that project that is what the community voiced when we started this journey together many moons ago. And that's finding the right balance between the parking, the commercial use, the restaurants, the hotel, which was the city's interest for fiscal sustainability. And I think the other part of this is too, and it was said earlier, the city said 700 something spaces. We acquiesced to 300 and whatever the number is now. But that doesn't address the issue, as the mayor pointed out, that if we end up with families and they grow, where are those cars going to go? They're going to go into our streets. They're going to go towards the parking district, or they're going to go onto commercial, railway, etc. I think the other thing is the visual impact. And people have talked about this a little bit. And I hear people talk about the Avalon project off Route 66. But I think they really need to look at that, because if you look at the optics of the project from the south side of the park forward, and you did show a drawing of it, the people that are on that south side no longer have the same view that they had before. They really don't. In fact, it reminds me of when I actually lived in downtown LA, and you see the Rowan building. There's a pocket park in that area, and you walk by it and you just see a lot of high-rise buildings towering over a park. And I don't think that is very much characteristic of some of what we have here. But I also acknowledge the change, and it was talked about tonight by some people that the bridge has now come. There's going to be a transit station and all of that stuff. Well, we think there's going to be a transit station anyway, so I'm recused from that. But at the end of the day, the landscape is changing in the community, and I do think that we need to change with it. So I'm not saying that in the end, I may not be supportive, and I do support continuing this to be able to vet out some of these things and maybe get some of the concerns regarding financing in order. But if you hadn't noticed, I think the last 3 ENA extensions I voted against. And that's because I'm resolute in making sure that this project we don't sell out this community. That's why. And I don't know that you've heard that. I know you hear what comes out of our negotiations from the city, but now you can hear it from me and publicly, that it's very important to me that you understand that over-densifying that project is not a positive thing for how that's going to ultimately impact it. And when you do that, to me, my perspective is that you're doing it for profit, which you've said, because it offsets cost. And to me, that's selling out some aspect of my community. So I really hope that as you guys go back and you look at this, that you really take to heart the fact that the people here, there is a segment of the community that, it's like they say in elections, right? There's saints, there's sinners, and there's savables. There's people that 100%, you guys could take that heritage tree that I've fought for, and you could whack it. And some people won't even care because they support your project so much. They really do. But I do care about that tree, and that tree's been there a very long time, longer than I've been alive.
And so I think that it's important that as you guys do this, I sincerely hope you do your due diligence. I hope your partners are as committed as you are, and I appreciate the fact that you've been here and you've stood through this. And I hope you come back to us with something that, makes us feel comfortable. Larry talked about the fact that, it's who you start out with is important. We started out with you. I hope these people that you guys are engaging will come on board with you, and will solidify that relationship with you as we look to move forward. But I just think that, listening to some of the discussion tonight and hearing from some of them, for 2 years, we've had this discussion at least about a number of the different points of this project. And it's just very difficult for me to see how the hotel partner, hasn't committed yet. After at least a year of being brought up to speed on the project, knowing what's going on, and so forth. So that's where I'm coming from. Mayor, I do support continuing the item as you proposed. I hope some of those other items can be vetted out further in light of the late submission that was given the previous Tuesday, and maybe we can get further information as it relates to all of that.
Thank you. Anyone have any objection?
No.
No objection, but if I could, I'd like to
You certainly can.
Thank you very much. I think that this is a complex project and different people can come to different conclusions. I fully respect the conclusions and the place that other council members are at. Personally, I'm in support of the project, and I see this through a lens of 5 points. The first is that I feel we have a stellar developer with a sterling reputation and record for delivering, who gave a thoughtful design to the city that speaks to our city's heritage and invested $600,000 more potentially to make this happen. This comes at a time when we have an opportunity to reimagine our downtown at a critical time as our city is changing, and with the Gold Line coming in, it couldn't happen at a more opportune time. The third point is that I see as encouraging is resident support. Not just the people that showed up here, but during the campaign, this was the second most raised issue, how we would address our downtown, either with Pioneer Square or something like it, after public safety. And so even though there may be people not here tonight, I know that the support for something like this is broad. The fourth is that the state does seem to have increasing momentum, as Councilman Vienna cited, to push for more affordable housing, to take more control over how we zone our city, how we manage our city. And I do think that this is an opportunity to get ahead of that, even if there's nothing imminent that may change that. And the last thing, of course, is the tax revenue. Our revenue is currently stagnant. This would inject $700,000 per year, $12 million in the TOT should the hotel not be built. And I do see that as a tremendous opportunity. I do want to actually thank you, Mr. Vienna, and also Isabel Ebner for putting forward this, really leading the charge on this. I thought it was really imaginary. I tend to be not a risk taker, someone who doesn't really go this route. And as you might have, as you have seen me in previous meetings, I actually had concerns about the hotel. The thing that really changed my mind about the hotel and whether or not it would be viable is starting over the summer, I began checking rates of local hotels pretty regularly, and they were higher than the $250 that we have seen proposed tonight. At the time, I thought, well, it's a summer, it's a travel season, so I didn't really think very much of it. But even today, when I was looking at the weekend rates of hotels in the area, they're all around $300. And then also, when I began thinking about other areas that had been redeveloped, most notably Old Town Pasadena, which is, I think if you all remember, that place was a derelict place. It had all kinds of problems with prostitution and disrepair and the rest. And the city made an investment to redevelop it, took great risk at putting together a plan that would revitalize it. And that area is one of the highest income or highest retail areas in Southern California. The other thing I thought that was interesting is there is actually a hotel in Old Town Pasadena. It's the Courtyard Marriott. So I just kind of was curious as to what their rates are this weekend. Their hotel rate per night is $900 per night. You can actually look this up now if you wanted to. And I was just astounded that people would pay $900 to stay at a Courtyard in Old Town Pasadena. So I fully support the other members here needing additional time or factors that can help them get to a decision one way or another, and I will support that effort. But I did want to just also note that I am supportive of this project. I think it is a thoughtful project, and I am ready to vote on it given the information I have. And I am generally not a risk taker, but I do feel that when I look around at other cities in our area, and I see the downtowns of other cities, having grown up here, I think it's San Dimas's time, and I want to help it dream. And I think that this is an opportunity that I feel comfortable taking advantage of. And again, no disrespect to anybody who is on this dais who is not there with me yet, but that's where I am tonight.
Thank you. Eric?
I guess I'll just add that I appreciate the opportunity to analyze the new iterations of the project. I think that is going to help us get over a hump, perhaps help me at least get over a hump. The financials would be very interesting to get a look at. So hopefully there's some more information that comes out about financials in a couple of weeks. And yeah, I think we're getting to a place where we could be successful, and I think that speaks volumes. Like everybody said, it's been a long road. So for us to be here hashing out a couple extra details in the next couple of weeks, I don't think it hurts anything at all.
All right. I guess one of the things I want to say is thank you to Councilman Viana. Thank you to Isabel Ebner and her husband Phil. We're here tonight because of those three people convincing me not to vote in favor of the Marriott, Fairfield, or whatever it was. But they did convince me, and I still have a kind of a bruised arm and shoulder from Ryan. But I think that was the right idea. I think then, and I appreciate the time that they took to point out what we could do in that location. I'm not sure we're going to get there. But I am happy that we're at least still moving forward. But this thing has to come to a conclusion. So I'm hoping that the city staff, Larry Cosmott and his folks, and Mr. Deaton and his folks. I keep forgetting Mr. Tessier there, but thank you. Can resolve some of these issues. My question is, are we going to be expecting a revised copy of the DDA, or is we just talking about words right now?
The suggestion the developer recently made on the repurchase option is something that I would suggest adding into the document to at least address some of the concerns related to, their deal and assuring that they have their partners all lined up and financing lined up. Since I'm up here, the one thing I would, and I suspect my partner will remind you of this, but if you do continue this was a notice public hearing, so you may want to just clarify that the public hearing will remain open should you want to hear further testimony at the continued public meeting.
Let me talk with my city attorney. Earlier this evening, we had a public hearing, and we heard the testimony, and then we did not receive any additional testimony at the next meeting. The question is, how do we either say we're going to do it or we're not going to do it?
I think you've already closed the public hearing tonight, so you can continue the item to the next meeting, October 25th, and you can continue your deliberations at that time. However, I think since we're going to bring back a revised DDA, we're going to be kind of changing what the recommendation is, that we may want to reopen the public hearing at that time.
All right, that's what we'll do. All right?
And we would need a motion to continue to October 25th.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Seeing no objection, we'll continue this to October 28th? October 5th? Not October 5th, November 5th. Okay, November 5th. Yes, Mr. Piper, or you're not Piper, whatever you...
I believe it's October 25th, correct?
Well, that's what I thought he said, October 25th. Okay?
Mayor, we need to clarify the motion. I had in my notes that you made the original motion, and Councilmember Vienna.
That is true. I recommended, I don't know that I made a motion, I recommended that we do it. So is that considered a motion? Okay, I made a motion. Okay, who seconded it?
Sure,
Ryan seconded it.
Sure.
Okay, all in favor again?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
It's getting late. Okay, thank you all for being here. I'm sure I'll see you October 25th, 2 weeks. Okay.
November 5th, October 25th.
What? All right, we'll take about 2 minutes here and
We have to go, huh?
you can stay all night long.
Okay, good night.
Okay? Be careful driving.
Thank you.
Okay, we have oral communications. Members of the audience, speakers are limited to 3 minutes or... Excuse me. Members of the audience, speakers are limited to 3 minutes or as may be determined by the chair. Anyone wishing to speak to the council at this time? Excuse me one moment, Isabel.
Yep.
Is John coming back in? Or did he go home?
Councilmember Ebner will not be attending for the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for keeping us entertained to the morning hours. I just had a quick question actually about the continuance to the next meeting. I don't know if this was thoroughly discussed, but if the DDA is approved, it looks like the sale has to be approved by the county oversight board. And the meeting looks like November 20th. I was wondering if the continuance or any future continuation will affect the DDA or the proposal going to the county board and the December 31st deadline for
Jeff, will you address that, please?
Yes, we actually checked the schedule when we were over there in the middle of the public hearing, and we will still have time to submit to the oversight board.
Thank you.
If it continues to the next meeting, and okay, thank you.
I think we're getting limited in continuance, so. Okay, anyone else wishing?
Hopefully my kids are asleep at this point. So I guess it's just more of just wanting to make the comment for residents and less for you guys, and more for residents that hopefully are asleep at this point, but maybe they'll rewatch it later. So at the moment, the way that it is leaning, it looks like you're very against this. And instead you're supporting the housing that would have to come in instead of PSQ. So for residents that watch this, then I just hope that when they decide to get all upset over the high density housing that's going to end up on that lot, they know where to look. Because it's not residents that have been trying to look for alternatives for this property. It's not residents that, you know, were concerned about a hotel that was going on there, because we didn't want a hotel. We didn't want another cheap hotel that we're already having problems with the ones that we have, and the city can't figure out how to fix that problem. So now we're going to end up with another housing project that the city, because of the legislation, because you picked that particular property as part of the massive properties that you have all along Bonita for the housing project thing for the state, you won't have control over that. So you won't get to say, oh, you have to put this parking. Oh, you have to have this setback. You're going to have so little control over that, because now, because of the legislation, so instead you're going to sit on your hands. You say, oh, Mr. Vienna, you say, yeah, I don't want to sell out my community, but that's exactly what you just did tonight. You sold out your community, because now you're selling it to a developer that you won't have control over. You're selling it to a housing development that you won't have control over. None of us will. Residents won't get any say in that either, because the state's going to come in and you're going to be like, oops, not my fault. It's the state. They shouldn't have passed that. It's passing the buck. You're doing it with Metro Gold Line parking. You're doing it with tons of other developments throughout the city. You're making our city undesirable for businesses. They don't want to come here. We're not going to have fine dining. Why would they come here? There's nothing for them here. So I just hope residents kind of start tuning in and figuring out that the legacy of this city is to essentially just burn it down. That's where it's going. But good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
I have a couple of things. One is, you keep saying, oh, if this goes wrong and, and they don't get what they're supposed to be getting. Do you know how many times they have had failed projects? Do you know? How many times have they actually failed? Versus how many times have they developed amazing projects that have done incredibly well? I think that there is a lack of just having the sense that our community can be better. This whole project can pull everything together with the gold line as well. I mean, our community is changing. So do you want to just not make a decision that will help grow the city in a positive way? And by the way, if you put in another park, you know what everybody's going to say? When the gold line comes, we're going to have all those homeless people come, and then they're all going to be hanging out in that park. I guarantee it. That's exactly what people are going to say. You build something that is attractive and has places for families to go after a ball game, or when it's hot out to go down and get some ice cream, for couples to go meet in the bar at the restaurant and hang out someplace really special. That's what, that's looking forward. That's what we need to be doing, looking forward as to how we can make this city more attractive, not only for people in other communities, but for us as well. So I really hope you do some thinking about that and, trust some of the experience that this developer has and, move forward with this project. It will be good for our city.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak toward the council? Seeing none, we'll go to staff report. City manager?
No report.
City attorney?
No report, Mayor.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, council members' reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to point out that I attended the California Contract Cities Association Fall Summit, and that was up in Lake Arrowhead. We discussed, it was a single track this time, and we discussed almost entirely about the operation and function of EOCs. It was quite informative, maybe a little dry, but we made it through it.
And I too would like to report I also attended the California Contract Cities Association Fall Conference or Fall Summit. And as Councilmember Weber pointed out, the focus of that presentation or that summit was emergency preparedness. I will say it was very interesting to learn that there was a panel discussion, and during that panel discussion, you had some of the utilities up there, and listening to some of the utilities speak, and it was hilarious because it was Southern California Edison and SoCal Gas. And in the room, they were talking about SoCal Gas spoke first and very eloquently pointed out that they are proudly the most reliable utility that anyone has. And in a room of 100 people, typically there's one person that's ever had an unexpected gas outage, but Edison couldn't really say the same. And it's actually rather interesting that the Southern California Gas Company does not recommend that you install some of these earthquake emergency shutoffs on your homes because it actually takes a licensed person to come out and turn your gas back on in the event that there actually is an earthquake that could trip it. And apparently there's quite a number of false trips on these particular devices. So that was rather interesting to learn, but I think overall, when we attend things like this, you hear a lot of different perspectives on things as it relates to, in this case, emergency preparedness and disaster management that you wouldn't even think about. I think, in fact, Southern California Edison has 9 operation centers throughout the state of California. So when something happens, they trigger up their operation centers. Also, and I think I put it on social media, SouthernCaliforniaEdison.com, I think /wildfires. They highly encourage you to go ahead and check out their literature there and sign up for public safety shutoffs and other information there. And I think I've shared it in the past, but you can also, if you're someone who has medical devices or a CPAP machine, you can qualify for the medical baseline so that they actually put you on a different circuit, or they'll work with you to give you a UPS system so that in the event of a power outage, you're taken care of. The only other thing I will say I learned up there is that our city manager is quite the dancer, and he can definitely cut some rugs. So, we'll see if we see that again at some point, but it was good having him up there with us, and I look forward to the next one.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended October 5th through the 7th, the 27th Annual California JPIA Risk Management Educational Forum, and the sessions were largely geared toward risk management. And because it is a late hour, I will end my report there. So, thank you.
I stayed in town and went to the wine walk. Councilman Nakano showed up ready to eat. Eat? Well, I didn't see him drinking. I saw him do some eating. Then we'll go to any city council requests for further items, comments. Ryan?
The only thing I have is, as I think I shared at the last meeting, the San Dimas Sheriff's Station has the Citizens Academy coming up. So anyone that's interested in that, the deadline to submit your application is on October 31st. And so I highly encourage you to either visit the sheriff's station or go on to their social media, either on Facebook or Instagram. You can actually go ahead and see a post there. But if you were to do that and you live within the city of San Dimas or the jurisdiction of the San Dimas Sheriff's Station, the curriculum covers an overview of the LA County Sheriff's Department, patrol preparedness, traffic enforcement, what probable causes, search and seizure, and Miranda rights, mental health, homeless outreach, and it even includes a station and jail tour. So I highly encourage any of you that are interested in that to do it. It's a very educational event, and I think it's very positive. The only other thing I would say is it is election time, and so for those of you who are registered to vote, be mindful of your mail, and obviously mail theft can be challenging, and your ballots should have dropped by now. You should have received them. So if you haven't received them, you could visit lavote.gov. That's the Register Recorder's Office for the County of Los Angeles, and see about getting another ballot mailed to you, or you can go ahead and vote in person. I think you can visit the city's website, and there is election information posted there on how to return your ballot and where you could even go to do it. So definitely be an informed voter. There's a lot of very important things on the ballot, both statewide as well as at the county level and locally. So I highly encourage you to research all of those things. And research your candidates as always, be an informed voter, and please vote. It doesn't matter who you vote for, well, it does, but vote, and vote frequently. So thank you.
All right. Eric Nakano?
No comment, Mr. Mayor.
Eric Weber?
I'll just point out one thing, and that was, I'll keep it short. In light of some of the comments that we got at the end of the meeting, I just wanted to point out to those people that are at home that may not have caught the entire meeting that despite the comments that were made, the vote to continue this meeting for 2 weeks does not kill this project, and it 100% does not put low-income housing on that particular piece of property. So I don't know how that particular individual arrived at that conclusion, but that is 100% not what's happening. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
All right, I have no comments. We're going to be adjourning this meeting. We're going to be going into closed session. Jeff, would you like to speak about it? And by the way, could we move item 3 to item 1 so we can get Ryan gone?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. We'll take item 3 first because Councilmember Vienna has a real property conflict of interest on items A and B due to his owning property within 500 feet.
And I will be recusing myself from those sessions.
All right. Well, Joan, Vern, see you guys in two weeks.